As the final days of World War II unfolded, the once mighty Third Reich was crumbling under the weight of Allied offensives on both the eastern and western fronts. By early 1945, the Soviet army, having advanced rapidly through Eastern Europe, was approaching Berlin from the east. The Americans and British, closing in from the west, had already crossed the Rhine River and were advancing toward Germany's heart. The battle for the capital of Nazi Germany was imminent, and the fate of Adolf Hitler and his regime was sealed. Overview of the Soviet advance into Germany and the imminent fall of Berlin. The Soviet advance into Germany began in earnest in the autumn of 1944, as Marshal Georgy Zhukov and his Red Army began pushing the Nazis back after their victory at Stalingrad and the subsequent German retreat. By the spring of 1945, Soviet forces had crossed into Germany, and their next target was Berlin. The Soviets' march toward Berlin was a combination of relentless pressure and unwavering resolve. The Soviets were determined to be the ones to capture Berlin, not only as a military objective but as a symbolic conquest to avenge the devastation inflicted on Soviet soil by the Nazis. The Red Army encircled Berlin on April 25, 1945, from the east and south, and the battle for the city began in earnest on April 16, when the Soviet artillery began bombarding the German capital. The Soviet offensive would be unrelenting, and the end for Berlin, and for Nazi Germany, was now within sight. The state of the Third Reich in its final months. By the time Soviet forces were closing in on Berlin, the Third Reich was in total collapse. The Wehrmacht was in disarray, unable to mount effective resistance against the overwhelming Allied forces. Germany's industrial infrastructure had been largely destroyed, leaving the Nazi regime unable to supply its military with sufficient weapons and resources. The Luftwaffe, once feared for its superiority in the skies, was all but defeated, and German cities were being leveled by Allied air raids. In Berlin itself, the population was under constant threat from the Soviet bombardment, and the city's defenses had largely crumbled. Civilian morale had plummeted, and the once proud Nazi ideology was a shadow of its former self. Despite this, Hitler, the Führer of the Third Reich, refused to acknowledge the inevitable. He continued to cling to his belief in German victory, even as the Reich melted away around him. Victory was still possible in his mind, although his closest advisors and military officers knew otherwise. Hitler's delusional defiance was evident in the final months of the war, when he still issued grandiose orders that had little bearing on the reality of the situation. Nazi propaganda continued to present an image of German invincibility, but in private, the cracks in the facade of power were becoming too obvious to ignore. Germany was losing, and it was clear to all but the most loyal that the end was near. Hitler's deteriorating mental state and his belief in victory despite overwhelming odds. In the final months of the war, Hitler's mental and physical health deteriorated significantly. Isolated in his Führer bunker beneath the Reich Chancellery, he was surrounded by a small group of loyalists who clung to the hope that he could turn the tide of war. But these loyalists were increasingly out of touch with the reality of the situation. Hitler, often described as having an increasing sense of paranoia and delusion, believed that victory was still possible if he could somehow rally the German people and defeat the Soviet threat. He believed that the Allied forces, now closing in on all sides, would falter, and that he could rely on miraculous military strategies to turn the war around. Despite the growing Soviet encirclement and the destruction of Germany's military infrastructure, Hitler continued to give orders that ignored the reality of the situation. He refused to acknowledge that his military commanders, such as Field Marshal Wilhelm Keitel and General Alfred Jodl, had been defeated in their efforts to stop the Soviet advance. He even ordered last-ditch defensive operations that were doomed from the start. His obsession with the idea of total victory and the belief that the war could still be turned around were the hallmarks of a mind increasingly cut off from reality. But even as his health worsened, his resolve remained, and his belief in a final victory persisted. He had no intention of surrendering or accepting defeat. Instead, he clung to the idea of total annihilation, that Germany would go down fighting rather than concede. The ideology of Nazi Germany, so tightly bound to Hitler's personality, had become a religious devotion for him, and he could not bring himself to let go of the belief in the Third Reich's superiority, even as it crumbled in front of him. Foreboding the inevitable collapse of Nazi Germany. The inevitable collapse of Nazi Germany was looming, but Hitler's delusions of victory and defiance kept the Third Reich clinging to life for a few more months. The Soviet advance, the dismantling of the military, and the destruction of German cities were the final nails in the coffin, but Hitler's mind refused to accept that his empire was in its last days. The momentum of the war's final stages only seemed to accelerate the Reich's collapse, but the desperate belief in a miracle and the unrelenting pride of the Nazi leadership continued to drive them forward, blind to the reality of their defeat. The battle for Berlin, the heart of Nazi Germany, began in earnest on April 16, 1945, as the Soviet forces, under Marshal Georgy Zhukov and Marshal Ivan Konev, launched their final offensive to capture the city. The Red Army's advance into Berlin would mark the decisive end of the Third Reich. For the Germans, Berlin was not just a capital city, it was a symbol of their strength, pride, and their last hope. The strategic importance of the city was clear, as it was the center of Nazi power, housing Hitler's bunker and the Nazi government. Its fall would signify not just a military defeat, but the collapse of Nazi ideology itself. The Germans, despite the increasingly desperate situation, refused to give up on the city. The Wehrmacht, the Hitler Youth, and various paramilitary groups put up a fierce resistance, but they were woefully outnumbered and outmatched by the Soviets. The Soviet siege of Berlin would be brutal, characterized by house-to-house fighting, relentless artillery fire, and unrelenting Soviet air superiority. This would be the final chapter in the destruction of the Third Reich. The strategic importance of Berlin for the Nazis. For the Nazis, Berlin was more than just the capital, it was the symbol of their empire. Hitler and his leadership believed that the defense of Berlin would be the last stand for the Third Reich, and they poured their remaining resources into holding the city at all costs. Hitler had declared the city to be a fortress, and it was the site of his last, desperate efforts to rally the German people for a final victory. Berlin was surrounded by heavily fortified defenses, but these were largely outdated and inadequate in the face of the overwhelming Soviet assault. Berlin's importance went beyond military strategy, it was the nerve center of the Nazi regime. The Reich Chancellery, Hitler's bunker, and other key government buildings were located within the city, serving as the headquarters for the Nazi war effort. The symbolic significance of defending Berlin was enormous, as it represented the last shred of hope for the Nazi leadership to maintain power and continue their fanatical defense of the Reich. However, this desperate attachment to Berlin blinded them to the inevitable. No matter how much the Wehrmacht and Nazi forces resisted, the fall of the city was only a matter of time. Soviet forces converge on the city from all directions. The Soviet assault on Berlin was a carefully planned operation involving forces from multiple directions. The Red Army, having already pushed deep into Germany, converged on Berlin from the east, north, and south, effectively cutting off any possible escape or reinforcement. The Soviet strategy was to surround the city in a tight ring, effectively trapping the German defenders inside. The battle for Berlin was one of the largest in World War II, with Soviet forces totaling more than 2.5 million men, supported by thousands of tanks, artillery pieces, and aircraft. The German defenders, by contrast, were a mix of exhausted Wehrmacht soldiers, SS units, Hitler Youth, and Volkssturm, the German militia, who were vastly outnumbered and under-equipped. The Soviets had complete air superiority, bombarding Berlin with intense airstrikes, artillery, and rocket fire. The relentless Soviet bombardment shattered the city's defenses and created chaos in the streets. The Soviet forces had the upper hand in terms of numbers, firepower, and experience, but the resistance put up by the Germans, particularly the Hitler Youth, would prove formidable. German defenses and the resistance put up by Hitler Youth and Wehrmacht soldiers. Despite being surrounded on all sides, the German defenders did not give up without a fight. The Wehrmacht, though battered and depleted, still held strategic positions within Berlin. Under the command of General Helmuth Weidling, the defenders put up a fierce resistance, fighting house by house and street by street. Tanks and artillery were used to counter Soviet attacks, but the Germans were often forced into desperate last-ditch defenses in the face of overwhelming numbers. One of the most tragic and notable aspects of the defense of Berlin was the involvement of the Hitler Youth. Young boys, some no older than 14, were mobilized and armed with whatever weapons they could carry, from machine guns to hand grenades. These boys fought valiantly but were outmatched by the Soviet forces. They had been indoctrinated into the Nazi ideology, believing in the fight for the fatherland and their duty to protect Berlin. Their participation in the battle, however, was symbolic of the Nazis' desperate final efforts, as Hitler's refusal to surrender led to the exploitation of the youth to hold ground. In the midst of the fighting, the Wehrmacht's commanders tried to organize defensive lines and create pockets of resistance. But the odds were increasingly stacked against them. Soviet forces advanced from all directions, tearing through the defenses and making small advances into the heart of the city. The fighting became chaotic and brutal as the Soviets moved forward, street by street, house by house, surrounded by the smoke and rubble of a city under siege. Relentless advance, the tightening noose around Berlin. The final days of Berlin were characterized by an unrelenting Soviet advance. The city, once the symbol of Nazi power, was now a shadow of its former self, reduced to rubble and surrounded by the screams of war. The German defenders, though committed to holding the city, were caught in a tragedy of futility. The German leadership, blind to the inevitable outcome, poured all their remaining forces into the defense of Berlin, but it was too late. The noose was tightening, and the city, despite its strategic importance, was slipping through their fingers. The Soviet forces moved with the certainty of victory. Every step forward was another loss for the Third Reich, another inch closer to the final, inevitable collapse. The battle was not just a physical confrontation, but a symbolic moment in the downfall of Nazi Germany, and as the Soviets pushed forward, the sense of inevitability became more and more apparent. As Soviet forces closed in on Berlin, Hitler's inner circle sought refuge in the Führer bunker, a subterranean complex located beneath the Reich Chancellery. This bunker became the final refuge of the Nazi leadership, a place where, in the last days of the Third Reich, decisions were made that would seal the fate of Germany. While the city above was being bombarded by Soviet artillery and infantry, the men and women within the Führer bunker held on to the belief, however delusional, that victory could still be snatched from the jaws of defeat. It was a microcosm of the Nazi regime in its final moments: chaos, paranoia, and the endless desire to hold on to power at any cost. The bunker's atmosphere was grim, heavy with the tension of inevitable defeat. Hitler, once a symbol of power and authority, now seemed a mere shadow of his former self, surrounded by the crumbling ruins of his empire. The mood inside the bunker was oppressive, a stark contrast to the chaos outside, where Soviet forces pushed ever closer to the heart of the Third Reich. Hitler's actions and orders in the final days of the Reich. In the last days of his reign, Adolf Hitler had retreated into delusion. Despite the mounting losses and the imminent collapse of the Reich, he continued to give orders that were disconnected from reality. The once charismatic dictator, who had ruled with a fanatical belief in his own destiny, was now consumed by a growing sense of paranoia and irrationality. he continued to issue military orders from the bunker, many of which were either impossible to carry out or largely ignored by his generals. Hitler was increasingly isolated, with only a handful of loyalists, including his personal staff and the most devoted members of his inner circle, still in attendance. One of the most significant aspects of Hitler's behavior during these last days was his refusal to accept Germany's defeat. While the Soviet army was advancing on Berlin and Germany's defenses had already crumbled, Hitler believed that somehow the war could still be won, even as his delusions of grandeur intensified. He ignored military reality, refusing to authorize any withdrawal or retreat. His orders, however, became increasingly desperate and futile. His obsession with the concept of the Reich's eternal greatness made it impossible for him to confront the reality of his situation. Hitler also made increasingly irrational decisions about military strategy, including directing his forces to fight in places that were already lost. His primary concern, however, was to avoid any appearance of surrender. In his mind, the Nazi ideology had to be defended at all costs, and even though the war was lost, the survival of the Nazi ideal seemed more important than the survival of Germany itself. The state of his inner circle, including Eva Braun, Joseph Goebbels, and others. Hitler's inner circle in the Führer bunker was a mix of loyalists, sycophants, and those who still believed in the cause of Nazi Germany. Among the most notable were Eva Braun, Hitler's longtime companion and future wife, Joseph Goebbels, the Nazi propaganda minister, and Martin Bormann, Hitler's private secretary. Each had a different role in the final moments of the Third Reich. Eva Braun, who had spent most of the war in the background of Nazi politics, was by Hitler's side in the Führer bunker, her devotion to him undiminished by the looming collapse of their empire. In the final days, Eva shared in Hitler's delusion of an eventual victory, although her involvement in the military aspects of the Reich was minimal. She remained a constant presence in the bunker, providing Hitler with a semblance of normalcy in the midst of the chaos. Joseph Goebbels was one of the most fanatical Nazis and, like Hitler, refused to acknowledge the reality of the situation. He and his wife, Magda, remained in the bunker throughout the siege of Berlin. Goebbels worked tirelessly to maintain the illusion of Nazi power in the final days of the Reich, often issuing propaganda to the outside world, even as Berlin fell to the Soviets. Goebbels' loyalty to Hitler and his Nazi ideology would eventually lead him to a tragic end. As the Soviets closed in, Goebbels, his wife, and their 6 children would all die in a joint suicide, the ultimate act of loyalty to Hitler and his cause. It was a horrifying reflection of the degree to which fanaticism had gripped the highest levels of Nazi leadership. His decision to end his own life and that of his family was symbolic of the blind devotion many of Hitler's closest allies had to him, even as Germany itself was collapsing. Other members of the inner circle, such as Heinz Lang and Otto Gunsch, remained by Hitler's side until the very end, serving him as personal aides and trying to carry out his final wishes. The tragic irony was that, even as the last remnants of the Nazi regime crumbled around them, these men remained fiercely loyal to Hitler's vision, even though they knew, deep down, that it was all but finished. The morale of those in the bunker as Soviet forces close in. As Soviet forces closed in on Berlin, the morale inside the Führer bunker became increasingly desperate. Despite the few loyalists around him, Hitler's command authority and ability to lead were effectively shattered. There was little to no hope that the Soviets would be repelled. The bunker's inhabitants, all of whom were loyal to Hitler, continued to follow orders, but the reality of the impending defeat loomed large. The atmosphere was oppressive and tense. The constant shelling, the knowledge that their defeat was inevitable, and the sense of doom permeated every conversation. Hitler's isolation grew as he became more distant, speaking less to his officers and more to his inner circle. Even the most loyal among them knew the battle was lost, but they continued their efforts, feeding into Hitler's delusions of victory. The collapse of morale was evident, even as Nazi officers continued to issue orders to units that no longer existed, hoping for a miracle that would never come. The final hours were marked by a growing sense of hopelessness, and some of the bunker's inhabitants would later admit to feeling the weight of inevitability. Desperate, the final refuge of a crumbling empire. Inside the Führer bunker, the collapse of the Nazi regime was a slow, agonizing process. Even as Soviet forces prepared to storm the capital, the men and women in the bunker continued to cling to the delusions of Nazi victory. This was the last refuge of a dying empire, one built on totalitarianism, fanaticism, and irrationality. But in the end, the Führer bunker was nothing more than a symbol of desperation and the tragic final moments of a regime that would leave its mark on history in the worst possible way. As Soviet forces closed in on the city of Berlin, the German military's attempts to mount any effective resistance became increasingly desperate and futile. The battle for Berlin, once considered the last hope for the Third Reich, devolved into a brutal street-by-street fight, as Soviet forces made relentless progress toward the heart of the city. The German officers, knowing full well that their defeat was imminent, struggled to organize any coherent defense. The overwhelming Soviet forces, numbering more than 2.5 million soldiers, with tanks, artillery, and air superiority, ensured that no German defense could hold for long. The men on the front lines, often consisting of Wehrmacht soldiers, SS units, and even Hitler Youth, fought valiantly but with little chance of success. The battle turned into a nightmarish struggle for survival as German forces were systematically pushed back by the advancing Soviets. With no room to retreat and little hope of reinforcement, the German military could only fight to delay the inevitable. The Battle of Berlin escalates, with street-by-street fighting. As the Soviet forces closed in, the city of Berlin became a battlefield unlike any the world had seen before. The once proud capital of Nazi Germany had been reduced to a desperate war zone, with Soviet artillery pounding the city day and night. German soldiers, many of whom had already endured the horrors of war for years, now found themselves forced to defend the very heart of the Nazi regime. The Soviets, under Marshal Georgy Zhukov, conducted a brutal siege, surrounding Berlin on all sides and steadily squeezing the life out of the city. The street-by-street fighting was exhausting and ferocious, with both sides suffering terrible casualties. German snipers and infantrymen tried to hold their positions, but their efforts were futile in the face of the Soviet onslaught. The Wehrmacht had become fractured and demoralized, with only scattered pockets of resistance left to fend off the advancing Soviet forces. Every corner of the city became a potential battlefield, with buildings turned into fortresses, and civilians often caught in the crossfire. The urban landscape, with its ruined streets and crumbling buildings, became a reflection of the total destruction that was taking place within the German military's ranks. Soviet tanks rolled through the streets, destroying everything in their path, while German defenders mounted their last defense in bunkers, underground shelters, and fortified positions. However, with each passing hour, it became more apparent that there was no real chance of stopping the Soviet advance. The battle for Berlin had become a war of attrition, where the German forces were simply trying to survive as the enemy closed in on all sides. German officers struggled to organize any resistance against the overwhelming Soviet forces. Inside the Führer bunker, Hitler's final orders to hold Berlin at all costs were passed down to the German commanders. However, the leadership of the Wehrmacht had largely disintegrated. General Helmuth Weidling, the German commander in Berlin, was overwhelmed by the sheer scale of the Soviet assault and could do little more than attempt to rally his troops. The German officers, outnumbered, outgunned, and with no possibility of retreat, were left to make decisions in an increasingly chaotic and hopeless situation. Many of the Wehrmacht officers had begun to question the legitimacy of Hitler's orders long before the siege. The reality of their situation, surrounded on all sides, unable to resupply, and with no reinforcements on the way, was a harsh reminder of the fatal overreach of the Nazi regime. However, some officers, particularly those loyal to Hitler and the Nazi ideology, continued to fight to the bitter end, hoping that somehow they could reverse the tide or buy time for some sort of miracle. But these attempts at organizing resistance were futile, as Soviet forces overwhelmed the defenders at every turn. In the final days of the battle, German military resistance was reduced to isolated pockets of desperate defense. Hitler Youth, some as young as 14 or 15 years old, were sent into battle with limited training and inadequate equipment. They were often overwhelmed by Soviet firepower, but their willingness to fight to the death reflected the deep indoctrination and fanaticism that had permeated Nazi Germany. These young soldiers, much like their older counterparts, faced an impossible task, but they were driven by the belief that they had to defend Berlin at any cost. Desperation in the ranks as retreat is no longer an option. As the Soviets continued their brutal assault on Berlin, a sense of desperation settled over the German forces. With no option to retreat and no reinforcements coming, the morale of the defenders plummeted. Wehrmacht soldiers and Hitler Youth alike were faced with the harsh reality that they were fighting a losing battle. The Soviets had all but surrounded them, and the idea of survival seemed increasingly unlikely. Despite this, there were still pockets of fierce resistance within Berlin. German snipers continued to pick off Soviet soldiers, and Wehrmacht units fought bitterly for control of the streets. But the Soviet forces had the advantage in every aspect. They had superior numbers, superior artillery, and air support. What remained of the German defense was a desperate scramble, as officers gave orders that had no real chance of success. As the battle raged on, German soldiers were faced with a harsh reality. They had no reinforcements, no supplies, and little hope of survival. Many began to surrender, while others turned to self-destructive acts, often in the face of the realization that their cause was lost. Defenders continued to fight because they had been indoctrinated to do so, but the overwhelming nature of the Soviet onslaught made it clear that the only remaining option was death or capture. Final defiance, the last glimmers of resistance. The final defense of Berlin was a gritty, relentless struggle, a last attempt at defying the inevitable. The German soldiers, despite the hopelessness of their situation, fought with an unyielding will, driven by the desperation and fanatical loyalty to their cause. But as the Soviets closed in and the Third Reich crumbled around them, the resistance in Berlin became more about survival and less about victory. What had been a proud capital was now a site of total destruction, with the defenders of Berlin offering one last stand, knowing full well that they were fighting a battle already lost. The Reichstag building, located at the heart of Berlin, was much more than just the seat of the German parliament. For Nazi Germany, the Reichstag represented the center of their power and authority, a symbol of the Führer's vision for the Third Reich. The building was not only a symbol of Nazi ideology, but also a place where key decisions that shaped the course of the war were made. The Reichstag was the epicenter of Nazi political strength, and its capture would mark the symbolic end of Hitler's brutal regime. As Soviet forces stormed Berlin in the spring of 1945, the Reichstag's fall became inevitable. The Soviets, led by Marshal Georgy Zhukov, had pushed through the outskirts of the city and were now within sight of the heart of Nazi power. The battle for the Reichstag would come to represent the final stage in the battle for Berlin, the decisive blow that shattered the heart of Nazi Germany. The significance of the Reichstag building as the symbol of Nazi power. The Reichstag held deep symbolic significance for Nazi Germany. For Adolf Hitler, the Reichstag was not just a government building but the physical manifestation of the Third Reich itself. The Nazis had paraded their ideology through its halls, holding rallies and making speeches to inspire and rally support for their vision of a greater Germany. The building had witnessed the rise of Nazi power, and for Hitler, it was a reminder of the triumph of National Socialism. The Reichstag had also been the site of the Reichstag fire in 1933, a pivotal event that allowed the Nazis to consolidate their power and silence their political opposition. For the Nazis, the Reichstag had become a sanctuary of their totalitarian rule, a place where they enacted their aggressive expansionism and military strategy. As the Soviets neared the building, the symbolic weight of the Reichstag as the heart of Nazi Germany could not be overstated. Its fall would not just mean the defeat of the German military in Berlin, but the total collapse of the Nazi regime. The Soviet capture of the Reichstag and the symbolic collapse of the Third Reich. The Soviet capture of the Reichstag was the moment that marked the end of Nazi rule. After weeks of intense fighting in the streets of Berlin, Soviet forces had closed in on the building, and by April 30, 1945, they were within striking distance. The German defenders, though exhausted and demoralized, fought desperately to hold their positions within the Reichstag, but they were overwhelmed by the Soviet assault. The Red Army's assault on the Reichstag began on April 30 and intensified throughout the day. Soviet soldiers fought through the streets, encountering heavy resistance from the remaining German defenders, but by the following day, the Reichstag had been taken. Soviet soldiers raised the red flag over the building, signifying the end of Nazi power in Berlin and the final blow to the Third Reich. The iconic image of the Soviet soldiers raising their flag became an indelible symbol of victory over fascism and the collapse of Nazi Germany. In a symbolic act of defiance, Soviet soldiers fought their way into the Reichstag, encountering fierce German resistance until they were able to overwhelm the defenders. The capture of the Reichstag was not just a military victory, it was the symbolic death of the Nazi regime. The building's capture marked the final collapse of a government that had sought to dominate Europe and enforce its brutal ideology of racial superiority and totalitarianism. The role of Soviet soldiers and their personal sacrifices in capturing the heart of Berlin. The fall of the Reichstag was not achieved without great personal sacrifice. Soviet soldiers fought in the face of heavy artillery fire, sniper attacks, and street-by-street fighting. Many soldiers gave their lives in the final assault, knowing that the capture of the Reichstag was the culmination of years of suffering and sacrifice. Soviet soldiers, having endured unimaginable hardships on the Eastern Front, saw the capture of Berlin, and the Reichstag in particular, as the ultimate act of revenge for the devastation Germany had inflicted on the Soviet Union. For them, the Reichstag was the symbol of the very enemy they had fought against since 1941. To raise the Soviet flag over the Reichstag was not only a military achievement, but a deeply personal moment of justice and retribution. The image of the Soviet flag flying over the Reichstag would be forever etched into history as the symbolic victory of the Red Army. But this victory came at a cost. The Soviet Union had lost millions of men and women in the war, and many of the soldiers who stormed Berlin were veterans of the bloody battles of Stalingrad, Kursk, and other pivotal Soviet victories. The fall of the Reichstag was a moment of pride, but also one of reflection for the soldiers, as it signified the end of an era of suffering and the ultimate defeat of their enemies. Symbolic, the death of the Nazi regime. The capture of the Reichstag was the symbolic end of Nazi Germany. It was the moment that the Third Reich, which had once seemed so powerful, was brought to its knees. The raising of the Soviet flag over the Reichstag building, a symbol of victory over fascism, marked the total collapse of the Nazi regime. In the years to come, the fall of the Reichstag would be remembered not just as a military achievement, but as the moment when the Nazi dream was shattered, and the world took its first steps toward recovery and reconciliation after the war's horrors. As the final days of Nazi Germany unfolded, Adolf Hitler, the once all-powerful Führer, had descended into a state of delusion and paranoia. Surrounded by his dwindling circle of loyalists in the Führer bunker, deep beneath the Reich Chancellery, Hitler refused to accept the reality of the situation. Berlin was falling, the Soviets were closing in, and Germany's defeat was inevitable. The once great leader of the Third Reich had now become a shadow of his former self, unable to cope with the overwhelming collapse of his empire. His mental state had deteriorated rapidly, and his behavior grew increasingly erratic, yet he stubbornly clung to the belief that somehow a miracle would save Germany, even as the end was fast approaching. His refusal to leave the city, despite the obvious danger and the collapse of his regime, would be one of his final acts of defiance, a symbol of his unwillingness to face the truth of his failure. Hitler's refusal to leave Berlin and his increasingly erratic behavior. As the Soviets encircled Berlin and the city became a battlefield, Hitler's refusal to leave was a striking indication of his increasingly irrational thinking. Although many of his senior officers advised him to escape the city and continue the fight from the south, Hitler was adamant that Berlin, the heart of Nazi Germany, must be defended at all costs. He believed that if he abandoned Berlin, it would signify the end of the Nazi dream. In his mind, retreat was not an option, and only in Berlin could the final victory somehow be realized. Hitler's behavior grew increasingly erratic as his inner circle struggled to maintain any sense of order within the Führer bunker. His temper flared over the smallest disagreements, and his decisions became more divorced from reality. His closest officers, once loyal to the end, began to question his leadership. They could see the reality of the Soviet advance and the futility of continuing to fight. Even as Berlin burned, Hitler's obsession with holding the city prevented him from considering alternatives, and his refusal to acknowledge the inevitable defeat showed just how deeply his mental state had deteriorated. His increasing isolation only worsened his grip on reality. He surrounded himself with a dwindling number of loyalists, including Eva Braun, who remained by his side, and other figures such as Joseph Goebbels, Martin Bormann, and his personal staff. These figures, though remaining devoted to Hitler until the end, were becoming increasingly disconnected from the rest of the German leadership, as they too began to realize that the war was lost. The tension between loyalty and reality was palpable within the bunker. His final meetings with high-ranking officers, including his last testament and thoughts on the war. As the situation in Berlin grew more dire, Hitler held several final meetings with his closest officers and advisors. These meetings were tensions-filled and fraught with a sense of helplessness, as the officers were forced to listen to Hitler's increasingly delusional orders. Despite the Soviet advance and the loss of German positions, Hitler continued to demand action and urged his officers to fight on, making it clear that retreat was not an option. The sense of isolation was stark during these meetings. Hitler's once charismatic leadership had been replaced by a figure out of touch with reality. His officers, including General Keitel, Jodl, and others, knew that they could no longer win the war, yet they hesitated to challenge Hitler directly. Some, like Goebbels, who still held out hope for a final victory, tried to encourage the idea of a miracle, while others, like Bormann, continued to play their roles as loyal followers. In the final moments of his leadership, Hitler's last testament revealed the depths of his paranoia and delusion. He blamed Jews and traitors for the defeat and expressed his unwavering belief in Nazi ideology, even as the world around him was crumbling. In his will, he named Grand Admiral Karl Donitz as his successor and left instructions for the continuation of the war, despite knowing that Germany had no chance of winning. The growing realization that surrender is inevitable, and Hitler's mental breakdown. By the time May 1, 1945, arrived, the writing was on the wall. Berlin was all but lost, and the Third Reich had no more chances of survival. As Soviet forces entered the heart of the city and took over key positions, the German defenders began to surrender, some choosing to desert the fight altogether. The final hours in the Führer bunker were filled with despair, as Hitler's mental breakdown reached its peak. His delusions of victory were shattered as the reality of his complete failure came into focus. Hitler's refusal to surrender mirrored the mental breakdown of the Nazi regime itself. Even as his inner circle began to prepare for the inevitable, Hitler remained obsessed with maintaining the fight, refusing to accept any possibility of German capitulation. His final acts, including his decision to marry Eva Braun and his suicide, were symbolic of his inability to face defeat. In his last moments, Hitler still believed that the surrender of Germany would be a betrayal of everything he had worked for, and he could not bear to witness it. His final decision to end his own life, along with Eva Braun, reflected his rejection of the inevitable collapse and his refusal to live in a world where Nazi ideology had been defeated. Madness and collapse, the end of the Führer's reign. In the final days of the Third Reich, Hitler's mental collapse mirrored the collapse of Nazi Germany. His refusal to accept the end of the war, his increasing paranoia, and his delusional thinking marked the tragic end of an era. As Soviet forces neared the Führer bunker and Berlin's fall became certain, the Führer's final moments were filled with madness and defiance, unable to face the shattered empire he had created. The death of Adolf Hitler would mark not just the fall of a dictator, but the end of the Nazi regime, a regime built on lies, hatred, and delusion. As Soviet forces closed in on Berlin and the Third Reich approached its final hours, the loyalists who had been closest to Hitler, the men and women who had long served his regime, faced the same inevitable fate as the empire they had tried so desperately to preserve. The final days inside the Führer bunker were a time of desperation, betrayal, and tragic loyalty as Hitler's most trusted officers and aides clung to a dying cause, unwilling to admit the inevitable collapse of the Nazi state. This chapter explores the fates of the last surviving members of Hitler's inner circle, including key figures like Joseph Goebbels, the Nazi propaganda minister, and Hitler Youth members who fought to the bitter end. Their stories are marked by devotion to Hitler, even as the collapse of the Third Reich was unstoppable. For many, loyalty to the Führer was their final act, as they fought or chose to die alongside their leader, unable to imagine a world without the Nazi ideal they had spent their lives promoting. Goebbels' final actions and the fate of his family. One of the most tragic stories of loyalty in the final days of Nazi Germany is that of Joseph Goebbels and his family. Goebbels, the Nazi propaganda minister, had been one of Hitler's most devoted allies throughout the war, tirelessly defending the Nazi cause even as the Reich was falling apart. As Berlin was under siege and Hitler's death seemed inevitable, Goebbels remained loyal to his Führer to the bitter end. On May 1, 1945, Goebbels and his wife Magda, along with their 6 children, made the decision to follow Hitler's example and commit suicide rather than surrender. The Goebbels family's tragic fate became one of the most haunting chapters in the final days of Nazi Germany. Despite the overwhelming evidence that the war was lost, Goebbels remained obsessed with his loyalty to Hitler and the Nazi ideal. After Hitler's suicide, Goebbels' final act was to poison his own children before taking his own life, an act of blind devotion to Hitler's ideology. The death of the Goebbels family was a tragic symbol of the fanaticism and loyalty that defined the last remnants of the Nazi regime. Hitler Youth and other Nazi officials who fought until the end. As the war drew to its tragic conclusion, Hitler's youngest followers, the Hitler Youth, were conscripted into battle, many of them fighting to the death in the streets of Berlin. These teenagers, often no older than 14 or 15, had been indoctrinated by the Nazi regime, believing that they were the future of a greater Germany. As Soviet forces advanced, these boys were sent into battle with little training, armed with whatever weapons they could carry. The Hitler Youth fought fiercely, but they were ill-prepared for the violence of urban warfare. These young soldiers were often used as cannon fodder, tasked with holding the perimeter of Berlin against Soviet tanks and artillery. Many of them were killed in battle, their deaths a tragic reflection of the Nazi regime's exploitation of their loyalty. Their sacrifice, though marked by blind patriotism, only served to hasten the collapse of the Reich. As the Nazis continued to cling to hope, older Nazi officials also fought to the bitter end, determined to protect their leader's legacy. Officers like Himmler, Bormann, and others were involved in the defense of Berlin, though some began to abandon their posts as it became clear that surrender was the only option. These figures were often left to evade capture, either attempting to flee or facing the grim reality of self-destruction. The attempts to escape or evade capture by leading Nazis in Berlin. As Berlin's defenses crumbled, many members of Hitler's inner circle began to consider escape. The futility of continuing the fight was apparent, but the Nazi leadership had long been committed to the idea of absolute victory, even in the face of defeat. Several high-ranking Nazis, including Martin Bormann, Hitler's personal secretary, attempted to escape Berlin as the city fell. Bormann's escape plan involved trying to flee to safety via underground routes in Berlin. He made it out of the Führer bunker but was ultimately captured by the Soviets. The fate of Bormann remains somewhat mysterious, as there were conflicting reports about his capture and death. Bormann's final moments remain unclear, but it's believed that he committed suicide to avoid capture, though his body was only discovered years later. Other leading Nazis, including Himmler, attempted to escape, hoping to broker peace with the Allies. Himmler, the architect of the Holocaust, secretly met with the Allies, hoping to negotiate a surrender to prevent further devastation in Germany. His attempts to flee were unsuccessful, and he was eventually captured by British forces. Himmler would end his life by suicide, choosing death over facing justice. For many of the remaining Nazi loyalists, escaping capture or death became a desperate attempt to avoid the consequences of their actions. The choice to either face capture or attempt to flee was a tragic final reflection of the hubris and delusion that had governed their decisions throughout the war. Tragic loyalty, the devotion of Hitler's final followers. The final days of the Third Reich were marked by tragic loyalty to a lost cause. The devotion of Hitler's inner circle was palpable, even as the reality of the war's end became undeniable. Figures like Goebbels, Magda, and other high-ranking officers clung to the belief that their actions would somehow preserve the Nazi regime, even as Berlin fell and the end of the war became unavoidable. Their blind devotion to Hitler, and their refusal to abandon the ideology that had shaped their lives, sealed their fates. The last stand of the Nazi leadership was one of ultimate sacrifice, but also of tragic misguided loyalty, a final act of loyalty that only hastened their fall. As Soviet forces continued their relentless assault on Berlin, the Third Reich was in its final throes. The once mighty empire, which had once dominated much of Europe, was crumbling under the weight of the Allied advance. In the final days of the battle for Berlin, the surrender of the city was inevitable, a moment that would symbolize the complete collapse of Nazi Germany and the end of Hitler's totalitarian rule. This chapter details the final surrender, Hitler's death, and the symbolic end of the Nazi regime. The last German forces in Berlin surrendering to the Soviets. By the time Soviet forces breached the Reichstag, the remaining German forces in Berlin were in disarray. Despite the fanatical resistance from the Wehrmacht, SS, and Hitler Youth, it was clear that the battle for Berlin was lost. The city had been reduced to a war-torn ruin, and its defenses had been overwhelmed by the sheer force of the Soviet assault. The remaining German defenders were exhausted, demoralized, and faced with the grim reality that there was no longer any possibility of holding the city. On May 2, 1945, General Helmuth Weidling, the German commander in Berlin, formally ordered the surrender of the city to the Soviets. The Soviets, having already surrounded Berlin from all sides, now had complete control of the city. The surrender marked the final collapse of Nazi power in the heart of Germany, and it was a moment of symbolic significance. For the German military, this was the end of an era, a military machine that had once conquered Europe, now forced to surrender in its capital. The surrender did not come easily, as pockets of resistance continued to fight. SS soldiers and Hitler Youth still held out in various parts of the city, determined to avoid capture or death. Many of the German defenders had already realized that they were fighting a losing battle, but loyalty to Hitler and the Nazi ideology kept them fighting until the bitter end. Ultimately, the Soviets overran the city, and the remnants of the German forces were either captured or forced to surrender. Hitler's death, the ultimate symbol of Nazi collapse. On April 30, 1945, just days before the official surrender of Berlin, Adolf Hitler took his own life in the Führer bunker, marking the ultimate symbolic end of the Third Reich. Hitler's suicide was a tragic culmination of his refusal to face the reality of defeat. Despite the overwhelming evidence that Nazi Germany had lost the war, Hitler continued to cling to his delusions of victory, insisting that the defense of Berlin would lead to a miraculous turnaround. But as Soviet forces surrounded Berlin and the city began to fall, Hitler's mental state had deteriorated beyond repair. His obsession with not surrendering and his delusional hope for a miracle were evident in his final actions. As the situation in the bunker became increasingly dire, Hitler married Eva Braun before taking his own life, choosing to die on his own terms rather than face capture or the disgrace of surrender. His death, though not unexpected, was the final act of defiance, the last moment of the Nazi regime refusing to acknowledge its inevitable collapse. Hitler's suicide marked the end of the leadership of Nazi Germany. Though other Nazi officials remained, they were without the Führer, and their power was largely irrelevant in the face of the overwhelming defeat. The death of Hitler symbolized the collapse of the Nazi ideology, as it was the very essence of the Third Reich that had now been extinguished. The complete defeat of the Third Reich, and its lasting effects on the world. The defeat of the Third Reich was not just a military victory but a moral victory for the world. The fall of Berlin and the surrender of Nazi Germany were the culmination of years of war that had seen millions of lives lost, entire countries destroyed, and the very fabric of European society torn apart. But the collapse of Nazi Germany also signified the end of an era of totalitarianism and fascism in Europe. The Allied victory not only ensured the defeat of the Nazis but also paved the way for the reconstruction of Europe, the rise of democratic governments, and the establishment of a new world order. The impact of the fall of Berlin was felt far beyond Germany's borders. Europe would be forever reshaped, with the division of Germany into East and West becoming a central theme of the Cold War. Nazi war criminals would face justice at the Nuremberg trials, and the world would forever remember the atrocities committed by the Third Reich, including the Holocaust, as a warning against the dangers of totalitarianism, racism, and militarism. For the German people, the defeat of the Third Reich was a painful reckoning. Many Germans had been complicit in the regime's atrocities, and the aftermath of the war forced the country to confront the horrors of Nazi ideology and the consequences of its pursuit. Denazification became a long and difficult process, and Germany was left to rebuild both physically and morally. The legacy of the Third Reich, with its devastation and loss, would be felt for decades to come. Destruction, the end of the Nazi regime. The death of the Third Reich was not just a military defeat, but the end of an era marked by destruction and chaos. The collapse of Nazi Germany, symbolized by Hitler's suicide and the final surrender of Berlin, marked the end of Nazi totalitarianism. The battle for Berlin, the death of Hitler, and the surrender of the Reich marked the symbolic end of fascism in Europe. As the world turned its eyes toward the reconstruction of Germany and the global implications of the war's end, the full weight of the Nazi regime's crimes became clearer. The war's conclusion, while a victory for the Allies, also began the long and difficult task of healing the world from the wounds inflicted by the Third Reich. The fall of Berlin in May 1945 marked the final collapse of Nazi Germany, but the true consequences of that collapse were only beginning to unfold. As Soviet forces stormed the city, the mass surrender of German troops, both in Berlin and across the country, signaled the end of organized resistance. Berlin itself, once the proud heart of the Third Reich, was now a shattered, burned-out shell, with its buildings reduced to rubble and its streets filled with the debris of war. This chapter examines the devastation wrought by the Soviet siege, the fate of the German soldiers who were caught in the fall, and the long-lasting consequences for Germany and the world in the aftermath of the Reich's defeat. The mass surrenders of German troops and their fate under Soviet control. As Berlin fell and German forces in the city were surrounded, the mass surrenders began. Soldiers from the Wehrmacht, SS units, and even Hitler Youth found themselves trapped in the city, facing certain defeat. The Soviet forces offered no mercy as they closed in, and the German soldiers had little choice but to surrender or face certain death. Many soldiers, exhausted and demoralized, chose to surrender in the hope of avoiding execution. The fate of those who surrendered to the Soviets was grim. As prisoners of war, they were often forced into labor camps or subjected to brutal treatment. Thousands of German soldiers were sent east to Soviet labor camps, where they faced harsh conditions, including starvation, disease, and forced labor. Some would spend years in captivity, while others were executed or died from the physical toll of the war. For many German soldiers, the realization that the war was lost came far too late. As the Soviets captured Berlin, they became the dominant power in the eastern half of Germany, and their influence would remain strong for decades to come. This was the beginning of the division of Germany into two separate states, and the Soviet occupation would define East Germany's future. The loss of the war and the collapse of the Third Reich marked the start of a new post-war world, one in which Germany would be restructured and forced to confront its Nazi past. Berlin's destruction and the state of the city after the siege. When the Soviet forces captured Berlin, they found a city in ruins. The siege of the German capital had been long and devastating, with much of the city reduced to rubble from artillery bombardments and airstrikes. Soviet artillery had leveled entire neighborhoods, while German resistance in the form of sniper attacks and bunker defenses slowed the Soviet advance but could not stop it. The destruction of Berlin was not just physical, it was also symbolic of the Nazi regime's collapse. The Reichstag, the Führerbunker, and other landmarks of Nazi power were now destroyed or abandoned, leaving behind only the remnants of a crumbled empire. The Reichstag, once the symbol of Nazi authority, had been overtaken by the Soviets, marking the death of Nazi rule. The surrender of Berlin, combined with the destruction of its infrastructure, was the final nail in the coffin for the Nazi state. The civilian population of Berlin had suffered immensely during the siege. Many civilians had been caught in the crossfire between the Germans and the Soviets, and the city's population was decimated by air raids, hunger, and disease. Refugees from other parts of Germany had flooded into the city, seeking shelter, only to find themselves trapped and subject to the same violence. The city's hospitals, schools, and infrastructure were left in ruins, and the long-term effects on Berlin's civilians would be felt for years to come. The consequences for Germany, including the division of the country and the loss of the war. Berlin's fall signaled the end of Nazi rule, but it also marked the beginning of a new era for Germany. The immediate consequence of the Nazi collapse was the division of the country into zones of occupation. The Allies, the US, UK, France, and the Soviet Union, split Germany into 4 occupation zones, with Berlin also divided into 4 sectors. The Soviets controlled the Eastern Zone, while the Western Allies controlled the Western zones. The division of Germany set the stage for the Cold War. The US and the UK sought to rebuild West Germany, establishing it as a democratic state, while the Soviets created a communist state in the East. This division would become permanent in 1949, with the formation of the Federal Republic of Germany, West Germany, and the German Democratic Republic, East Germany. The ideological differences between the Soviets and the Western Allies would define Germany's political landscape for decades. For the German people, the loss of the war meant humiliation and the responsibility of confronting the atrocities committed by the Nazi regime. The consequences of Nazi rule, including the Holocaust and the destruction of European cities, would weigh heavily on the German population. The process of denazification, the effort to purge German society of Nazi influence, would begin but would take years to fully implement. Desolation, the start of a new post-war world. The fall of Berlin marked the end of an era for Germany. The desolation that enveloped the city was mirrored by the devastation felt across the entire country. The collapse of Nazi Germany signified the death of the Third Reich, and with it, the beginning of a new era of occupation, reconstruction, and reconciliation. The physical and emotional toll of the war would leave deep scars on the German people, but the events that followed Berlin's fall would set the stage for a new world order, one in which the legacy of fascism would be confronted and ultimately defeated. The fall of Berlin in May 1945 marked not only the end of Nazi Germany but also the beginning of a new world order. As Soviet forces entered the heart of the German capital, the world witnessed the complete collapse of the Third Reich, but the repercussions of this event would echo throughout Europe and the entire globe for decades to come. In this chapter, we explore how the fall of Berlin led to the political restructuring of Europe, the division of Germany, and the shifting dynamics of the Cold War. The legacy of the Nazis, their atrocities, and the Nuremberg trials would leave a lasting imprint on both the victors and the defeated, reshaping the global landscape and forever altering the world's view of fascism. The political restructuring of post-war Europe and the Cold War beginnings. As the war ended, Europe was left in ruins. The political structure of the continent was irrevocably changed, and the once dominant powers of Germany and Italy were reduced to rubble. The Allied powers, the United States, the Soviet Union, the United Kingdom, and France, took on the responsibility of rebuilding Europe, but also of determining its political future. Germany's division became one of the most significant outcomes of the fall of Berlin. Berlin, the capital of Nazi Germany, was also divided into 4 sectors, controlled by the Soviet Union in the east, and the US, UK, and France in the west. The division of Germany mirrored the broader ideological division between the Soviets and the Western Allies, which led to the emergence of 2 distinct blocs, the Soviet-controlled East and the Western democracies. This division would soon harden into a physical and ideological barrier, the Iron Curtain, that split Europe in 2, setting the stage for the Cold War. The Cold War, a conflict between the capitalist West and the communist East, was a direct result of the political restructuring following the fall of Berlin. As the Soviet Union sought to impose communism in Eastern Europe, the United States and its allies worked to establish democratic governments in the West. This division was symbolized in Berlin itself, where the construction of the Berlin Wall in 1961 would become one of the most visible reminders of the Cold War's ideological divide. Germany's division into East and West, and the legacy of the Nazis in both regions. Germany's division into East and West was a key result of the fall of Berlin. The Western Allies, who controlled West Germany, sought to rebuild the country as a democratic and capitalist state, with the Federal Republic of Germany, FRG, emerging in 1949. West Germany would align with the United States and Western Europe, integrating into the NATO alliance and becoming a key player in the post-war Western Bloc. In contrast, East Germany, under Soviet control, became the German Democratic Republic, GDR, in 1949. East Germany was a communist state, closely aligned with the Soviet Union. The GDR was heavily influenced by Stalinist policies, and the Soviets ensured that East Germany would be a buffer state between the West and the USSR, built on a totalitarian ideology. Both East and West Germany carried the legacy of the Third Reich, though in different ways. In West Germany, the memory of Nazi crimes and the desire to distance the country from the horrors of the past were central to the denazification process, which aimed to purge the country of Nazi influence. This effort was deeply complicated, as many former Nazis were reintegrated into the post-war government, business, and military structures, leading to tensions over how to reconcile the legacy of Nazism with the rebuilding of Germany. In East Germany, the communist regime used the Nazi past as a tool for propaganda, denouncing fascism as part of their broader anti-capitalist message. Anti-fascism became a key part of the GDR's national identity, even as many former Nazis were quietly absorbed into the Soviet system. The legacy of Nazism was something that both East and West Germany had to grapple with in different ways, but both sides faced the challenge of rebuilding their nations from the rubble of Hitler's failed empire. The impact on the world's view of fascism and the Nuremberg trials. The fall of the Third Reich and the subsequent Nuremberg trials changed the way the world viewed fascism. The trials, which began in November 1945, were the first international tribunal to hold Nazi war criminals accountable for their actions during the war, particularly the Holocaust. The Nuremberg trials became a defining moment in the development of international law and the prosecution of war crimes. The Nuremberg trials and the documentation of Nazi atrocities revealed to the world the horrors of the Nazi regime, including the systematic genocide of 6 million Jews and millions of other victims. The revelations at Nuremberg shocked the world, leading to an international commitment to prevent such atrocities in the future and hold leaders accountable for war crimes. For many, the fall of Berlin and the defeat of Nazi Germany marked the end of fascism in Europe. However, the legacy of fascist ideology would continue to haunt Europe for decades, and the trauma of the Nazi regime would shape the way the world viewed totalitarianism and authoritarianism in the post-war period. Reflective, the aftermath of a long-fought war and the legacy of its destruction. The fall of the Third Reich and the division of Germany created a profound shift in the global order. As the world began to rebuild, the effects of the Nazi legacy remained deeply embedded in Europe's political and cultural identity. The Cold War, the division of Germany, and the global response to fascism shaped the post-war world in ways that continue to resonate today. The ultimate defeat of Nazism was a hard-fought victory, but the aftermath of that destruction required careful reflection on the nature of power, the cost of war, and the enduring consequences of ideological extremism. As Soviet forces closed in on Berlin, the heart of Nazi Germany, Adolf Hitler and his closest followers sought refuge in the Führer bunker, an underground complex located beneath the Reich Chancellery. The Führer bunker was the last remaining stronghold of the Nazi regime, a claustrophobic, isolated space that became both a symbol of the end of Hitler's power and a final testament to his delusional refusal to accept defeat. Inside the bunker, Hitler and his inner circle lived through the final days of a crumbling empire, cut off from the outside world as the Soviets and Allied forces closed in on the German capital. As Soviet forces close in, Hitler and his inner circle remain in the Führer bunker, isolated from the outside world. In the final days of the war, Berlin had become a besieged city, surrounded by the Red Army and on the verge of collapse. Yet, in the Führer bunker, the Nazi leadership remained strangely isolated from the reality of the battle raging above them. Deep below the city streets, Hitler and his inner circle, including Eva Braun, Joseph Goebbels, and other top Nazi officials, lived in the shadows of defeat. The walls of the bunker were thick, and the bunker complex was designed to protect Hitler from air raids, but the safety it provided was now overshadowed by the growing collapse of his empire. Inside the bunker, there was a stark contrast between the outer world, where the Soviets were advancing through the streets of Berlin, and the delusional world of Hitler's mind. Hitler believed in the possibility of a last-ditch miracle, a belief shared by some of his remaining loyalists but not by the military leaders who could see the hopelessness of the situation. As the bunker's occupants tried to carry on with normal operations, it became clear that the Third Reich's last moments were filled with an overwhelming sense of isolation and futility. Eva Braun, Goebbels, and others faced their final moments in Berlin. Within the Führer bunker, Hitler's most devoted companions, including Eva Braun, his longtime lover, and Joseph Goebbels, the Nazi propaganda minister, faced the ultimate fate. Despite the encroaching Soviet forces, they remained loyal to Hitler and the Nazi cause to the end, though their futures were already sealed. Eva Braun, who had been largely kept in the background throughout much of the war, remained at Hitler's side as he descended into madness. Her loyalty was unshakable, and despite the circumstances, she married Hitler in a small ceremony in the bunker on April 29, 1945, mere hours before the couple would take their lives. Braun had been a constant presence for Hitler, and as the war came to a close, she chose to be with him until the end. Goebbels, whose unwavering loyalty to Hitler had made him one of the most fanatical Nazis, remained by Hitler's side throughout the last days. He, too, would share in Hitler's fate. On May 1, 1945, after Hitler's death, Goebbels and his wife Magda decided to take their own lives, along with their 6 children. Their suicides marked a tragic end to a family's loyalty to an ideology that would bring nothing but destruction. The loyalty and fanaticism of Hitler's inner circle were so profound that they chose death over facing the consequences of their actions. The presence of Eva Braun and Goebbels in the Führer bunker at the end symbolized the horrifying devotion that some of Hitler's closest followers had to him and his cause. Despite their knowledge of Germany's imminent defeat, they chose to follow him into death rather than surrender to the victorious Allies. Hitler's last decisions and his increasingly paranoid state. As the war reached its final hours, Hitler's mental state continued to deteriorate. His paranoia reached extreme levels. Even in the Führer bunker, surrounded by his most loyal officers, Hitler's irrational decisions became more frequent. He believed that a final victory was still possible, and though his generals and advisors were increasingly desperate to escape the city or negotiate peace, Hitler refused to consider surrender. In his last meetings with German officers, Hitler expressed his continued delusions of a German miracle. He blamed the Jewish conspirators and the traitors within Germany for the Reich's collapse, refusing to take responsibility for the war's failures. His orders, though often ignored or openly disobeyed, continued to pour forth from the bunker, calling for futile last stands and counterattacks that were already doomed to fail. Despite the increasing collapse of the Nazi regime, Hitler's refusal to face the reality of defeat was a central feature of his last days. He became obsessed with the idea of holding Berlin, even though the city's fate had been sealed. This irrationality led to the breakdown of command, as military leaders, once loyal, began to either flee the city or turn their backs on Hitler's increasingly foolhardy orders. The final conversations with his officers and staff before his death. As the final hours approached, the conversations within the Führer bunker grew more desperate and disconnected from reality. Hitler's inner circle continued to carry out his orders, but they knew that his leadership was slipping. His closest aides, including General Wilhelm Keitel, Himmler, and Bormann, were often left to manage the logistical details of the impending collapse, while Hitler retreated into his delusions. In his final meetings, Hitler instructed his officers to fight on and never surrender, even as the Soviets stormed the city. His orders were increasingly detached from reality, and it was clear that his obsession with fighting until the bitter end was a reflection of his mental breakdown. His unwillingness to face the truth left his officers with little choice but to go along with his increasingly impossible directives. When Hitler's death was finally confirmed on April 30, 1945, his loyal officers were left to carry out his final wishes, but they too knew that it was too late to change the outcome. Hitler's mental collapse had been accompanied by the collapse of Nazi Germany, and the end of the Führer's reign marked the final chapter of the Third Reich. Final descent into madness, isolation, and despair. The Führer bunker represented the final refuge of a regime built on madness, paranoia, and delusion. Hitler's mental state, already fragile, finally shattered in those last days as the Soviets closed in. His refusal to accept defeat, even in the face of undeniable collapse, epitomized the collapse of the Nazi ideal itself. Inside the bunker, surrounded by his last loyalists, Hitler's reign was marked by desperation, isolated madness, and an unwillingness to face the consequences of his actions. The death of the Führer was the inevitable end of a regime that had brought untold destruction and suffering to the world. As Soviet forces closed in on Berlin, the Nazi leadership faced an undeniable reality: their regime was collapsing, and the end was imminent. In the final days of Hitler's reign, some high-ranking Nazi officials desperately tried to escape the inevitable fall of Berlin, hoping to avoid capture or execution. In the chaos of Berlin's destruction, Göring, Bormann, and others scrambled to flee, attempting to secure their own futures in a world where Nazi power had crumbled. Alongside them, civilians in Berlin, caught between the devastation of war and the chaos of evacuation, faced the reality of having nowhere to turn. The frenzied flight of the Nazi leadership and the evacuation of civilians in the face of the Soviet siege painted a vivid picture of desperation. In these final days, both the leadership and the citizens of Berlin were forced to make impossible decisions, and many found themselves trapped in a city that had been reduced to rubble. The collapse of order, the fall of the Reich, and the complete breakdown of governance left everyone, from the highest officials to the innocent civilians, scrambling to survive. Göring's attempt to take control of the Reich after Hitler's breakdown. One of the most significant and tragic moments in the final days of the Third Reich was the attempt by Hermann Göring, Hitler's longtime ally, to take control of the Reich after Hitler's breakdown. As Berlin fell to the Soviets, and Hitler descended into further delusion, Göring, the Nazi Luftwaffe leader and one of the highest-ranking officials in the regime, saw an opportunity to seize power. With Hitler's mental state deteriorating, Göring attempted to assert himself as the leader of Nazi Germany, sending a letter to Hitler requesting permission to assume control of the Reich. This request came as Hitler's orders became more erratic and difficult to follow. Göring, ever the opportunist, saw himself as the man who could lead Germany to victory or at least negotiate terms of surrender with the Allies. However, this move was met with a furious response from Hitler, who saw Göring's actions as a betrayal. In a fit of rage, Hitler stripped Göring of all his positions and declared him an enemy of the Reich. The breakdown of the leadership in the last hours of Nazi Germany was stark, as figures like Göring, who had once held immense power, now saw their world unraveling around them. Göring's attempt to escape Berlin and evade the Soviets would ultimately fail. The chaos of the final days made it impossible for anyone to maintain control. After the fall of Berlin, Göring was captured by the Allies and later tried for his war crimes at the Nuremberg trials. His brief, final bid for power symbolized the disintegration of the Nazi regime, as its leaders became consumed by self-preservation rather than any attempt to save the crumbling empire. The frantic efforts of high-ranking Nazi officials to flee Berlin and escape capture. As Soviet forces closed in on the city, many members of Hitler's inner circle made frantic attempts to escape Berlin, hoping to evade capture or death. Among the most notable figures to attempt to flee was Martin Bormann, Hitler's personal secretary and one of his most loyal aides. Bormann had been deeply involved in the inner workings of the Nazi regime and had a personal connection to Hitler's inner circle. As the city fell, Bormann sought to escape, but his efforts would ultimately be in vain. On May 2, 1945, Bormann tried to slip out of Berlin through the city's underground tunnels, hoping to make his way to the German countryside and continue the fight. However, his attempt to escape was thwarted, and he was never seen again. It remains unclear whether Bormann was captured and executed by Soviet forces or whether he committed suicide as his options dwindled. His mysterious disappearance after the fall of Berlin has made his fate one of the most enduring questions of the final days of the Third Reich. Other high-ranking Nazi officials, including Admiral Karl Dönitz and Joseph Goebbels, also considered fleeing Berlin, but as the city fell, their options grew limited. Most of the Nazi leadership, including Himmler, had already made plans to escape before the fall, but by this point, Germany's defeat was absolute. The last attempts by senior Nazis to flee the city were marked by confusion and hopelessness, as the realization set in that there would be no escape from the inevitable fall of the Third Reich. The chaotic evacuation of civilians from the city amidst the Soviet advance. While the Nazi leadership fought among themselves to maintain control, the civilians of Berlin were caught in the grip of a desperate evacuation. As Soviet forces moved in, civilians in the city, many of them having already endured months of air raids and bombardment, were forced to flee the city or face the terrifying prospect of being trapped in a battle zone. Some civilians were able to escape to the countryside, but many found themselves stranded in the midst of the Soviet siege, with no safe passage or way to leave. The evacuation of civilians was chaotic. The lack of coordination, the crumbling infrastructure, and the constant Soviet artillery bombardments created an atmosphere of sheer panic. Many civilians found themselves trapped, with nowhere to go and no clear route to escape. The fear of the approaching Soviet forces, coupled with the hopelessness of the situation, led to a mass exodus from the city, but most civilians were unable to leave in time. In the midst of the confusion, there was widespread suffering. Some were forced to abandon their homes and possessions, while others sought shelter in the remains of the city's underground bunkers. But the Soviet advance meant there were no safe havens. For the women and children of Berlin, the chaos of evacuation became a terrifying and life-altering experience. Desperation, the collapse of leadership. The final days of the Third Reich were marked by a sense of chaos, desperation, and collapse. The Nazi leadership, unable to maintain control of the country, became fragmented and consumed by self-preservation. Meanwhile, civilians in Berlin were caught in a tragic cycle of fleeing, suffering, and trying to survive amid the Soviet onslaught. The collapse of leadership and the disintegration of Nazi Germany reflected the total destruction of a once proud empire, and the desperate attempts to flee or maintain control only underscored the futility of trying to escape the inevitable end. As the final days of the Third Reich drew to a close, Adolf Hitler's refusal to leave Berlin became a tragic symbol of the Nazi regime's obstinance in the face of inevitable collapse. Surrounded by the Soviet forces, whose relentless advance had left the city isolated and encircled, Hitler continued to cling to the delusion that somehow, the war could still be turned around. Despite the growing evidence that Berlin's fall was imminent, and with the German forces in full retreat, Hitler's resolve to remain in Berlin until the end never wavered. His final decision, to die in the city rather than escape, would be the ultimate act of defiance and the death knell for the Nazi regime. The desperate attempts to hold the city as the German forces collapse around it. By late April 1945, Berlin was a city on the brink of total destruction. Soviet forces, having pushed through Poland and East Germany, now surrounded the city from all sides. The remaining German defenses, including Wehrmacht soldiers, SS units, and Hitler Youth, were struggling to hold back the Soviet onslaught, but they were vastly outnumbered and outgunned. The Soviets brought with them an overwhelming firepower, with tanks, artillery, and air support that easily outmatched the remnants of the German defenses. Despite the growing hopelessness of the situation, Hitler's orders remained unchanged: hold Berlin at all costs. German officers, knowing the futility of this command, still attempted to mount desperate defenses in various parts of the city. Street-by-street fighting ensued, with the German defenders attempting to repel the Soviet forces, though their efforts were increasingly futile. The Wehrmacht was already broken, and the remaining Nazi loyalists, including the Hitler Youth, were being sacrificed in a battle they knew was already lost. The German military leadership, including General Helmuth Weidling and Reichsführer SS Heinrich Himmler, began to recognize the irreversibility of defeat. However, many of the loyalists within Hitler's inner circle, including Goebbels, Bormann, and other high-ranking Nazis, continued to obey his orders. These final garrison forces of Berlin were fighting not for military victory, but for the preservation of a crumbling ideology, clinging to the hope that somehow, some last-minute miracle could change the outcome. Hitler's resolve to die in Berlin, rejecting offers to escape. As the situation worsened and the Soviet forces closed in, the idea of leaving Berlin became increasingly tempting for those around Hitler. Offers to evacuate the Führer were made by his inner circle, but Hitler refused to entertain any notion of leaving. His belief in a final victory was utterly unshakable, and he was unwilling to be seen as the man who had surrendered, even as his empire disintegrated around him. Hitler's decision to remain in the Führer bunker, beneath the streets of Berlin, was more than just a personal choice, it was a symbol of the regime's downfall. He rejected any escape route, refusing to flee to Bavaria or South America like other top Nazi officials had attempted. Even as the city fell to the Soviets, Hitler's vision was fixated on the idea that he would die in Berlin, with Berlin being the ultimate sacrifice for the Nazi cause. The bunker became both a final refuge and a prison, where Hitler isolated himself from the world. Surrounded by his most loyal servants, he gave orders that could no longer change the course of history. His obstinance and refusal to confront the reality of Germany's defeat were traits that sealed the end of the Third Reich. His suicide on April 30, 1945, became the symbolic death of Nazi Germany. The last days of his personal guard and his remaining loyalists. In the final days, Hitler's personal guard, known as the SS Leibstandard, and his remaining loyalists stayed by his side, refusing to abandon their leader, even as the Soviets closed in. The SS officers, including SS General Karl Wolff and Heinz Lang, remained in the Führer bunker, carrying out Hitler's final orders. For them, their devotion to Hitler and the Nazi regime took precedence over their own survival. Hitler's personal guard became the last line of defense as Soviet forces advanced. These soldiers, who had once been elite members of the Third Reich's military might, now faced certain death in a battle they knew could not be won. Loyalists like Martin Bormann, Goebbels, and Eva Braun stayed with Hitler to the bitter end, showing an unwavering commitment to him and the Nazi cause. As the Soviets neared, the most loyal members of Hitler's inner circle made preparations for suicide or to take their final stand beside him. As the bunker's occupants prepared for the end, they struggled to maintain any semblance of order in a world that had gone mad. Many of Hitler's followers, who had supported him through the entire war, found themselves facing the ultimate consequence of their blind loyalty to an ideology that had destroyed Germany and caused the deaths of millions. The choice between suicide and capture was one that many in the Führer bunker ultimately had to make. Tragic obstinance, the destruction of an empire. In the last days of Hitler's reign, his unwavering defiance was a tragic reflection of the Nazi regime's collapse. Hitler's refusal to accept defeat, even in the face of overwhelming odds, ultimately led to his downfall. The German defenders in Berlin, led by a failing Nazi leadership, fought with a determination that could not change the outcome of the war. As the Soviets stormed the city, the Third Reich's destruction was a testament to the intransigence of its leaders. The final moments in the Führer bunker became a symbol of Nazi Germany's tragic end, as its leaders, once at the pinnacle of power, chose death over surrender, marking the end of the empire. As Soviet forces closed in on Berlin, the Führer bunker, the subterranean refuge of Adolf Hitler and his inner circle, became a microcosm of the collapse and decay of the Nazi regime. The bunker, once a symbol of power and control, had transformed into a claustrophobic tomb, where the last remnants of the Third Reich's leadership clung to their delusions of victory while the Soviets steadily advanced. In the final days of the war, the bunker's inhabitants, trapped underground, isolated from the outside world, faced not just the physical collapse of their regime, but also a psychological breakdown that mirrored the disintegration of Nazi Germany. The deteriorating conditions in the bunker, food shortages, fear of Soviet capture, and morale at an all-time low. By the time April 1945 arrived, the Führer bunker had become a place of extreme tension and decay. The once grand German Empire had crumbled, and with Berlin surrounded by Soviet forces, Hitler and his closest followers were trapped. The conditions inside the bunker were far from the luxurious surroundings that once symbolized the glory of Nazi Germany. Food shortages, the stench of decay, and the overwhelming fear of Soviet capture added to the deteriorating atmosphere of the bunker. The bunker's occupants lived in near squalor. The air was thick with smoke, the rooms were cramped, and the once carefully cultivated luxury of Nazi officials was now an illusion. Food supplies were limited, and the constant bombardment above ground made any attempt to gather fresh provisions almost impossible. Those inside the bunker were forced to ration their supplies, and their physical survival became as difficult as the psychological toll of knowing that their empire was lost. The fear of Soviet capture and the increasing likelihood of surrender weighed heavily on everyone inside. The breakdown of the Nazi leadership, Goebbels' final moments of power and influence. As the battle for Berlin raged outside, the last remnants of Nazi leadership within the bunker began to unravel. Among them was Joseph Goebbels, the Nazi propaganda minister, who had been one of Hitler's most loyal and influential allies throughout the war. In the final days, Goebbels attempted to maintain the illusion of Nazi power and victory, but his influence was quickly fading. With the fall of Berlin inevitable, Goebbels turned his focus toward loyalty to Hitler and the belief in the final sacrifice for the Nazi cause. On April 30th, Goebbels, like Hitler, refused to flee the city, and in the final moments of the Third Reich, he remained devoted to Hitler. However, Goebbels' position as a powerful figure in the Nazi regime began to dissolve as the Soviet forces surrounded the city and Hitler's authority weakened. Goebbels, despite his influence, was powerless to change the course of the war. As Hitler's last days were marked by irrational orders and a lack of coherent military strategy, Goebbels found himself not only witnessing the collapse of the Third Reich but also becoming increasingly isolated within the bunker. On May 1, 1945, just hours after Hitler's suicide, Goebbels and his wife, Magda, made the tragic decision to poison their 6 children before committing suicide themselves. Goebbels' final act, in which he followed Hitler to death, was symbolic of the unshakable loyalty that defined the last days of the Nazi regime. Internal discussions about the future of Germany and the surrender that never came. As the Soviet forces continued their advance into Berlin, discussions among the remaining Nazi leadership centered around the future of Germany and the possibility of surrender. However, despite the growing recognition that defeat was inevitable, Hitler and his inner circle could not bring themselves to consider surrender. Hitler, now mentally unstable, refused to face the reality that Germany had been defeated. Instead, he continued to order a resistance to the death, urging his officers to hold Berlin at all costs, even as the Soviet forces encircled the city and the German military crumbled. Meanwhile, others within the bunker, including Bormann and Goebbels, began to discuss the future of Germany, but their thoughts were clouded by their loyalty to Hitler and the Nazi ideology. As the German military collapsed and Berlin fell, the idea of surrender was rejected by the Führer's followers, even as it became increasingly clear that resistance was futile. In the bunker, there was an ongoing internal struggle between those who still believed in some form of victory, however improbable, and those who were faced with the reality of surrender. However, despite the mounting evidence of defeat, no real discussion of surrender took place until it was too late. The loyalty to Hitler and the Nazism he represented kept the inner circle from facing the truth. Instead, they allowed Hitler's delusions of grandeur to shape their actions, even as the city was falling apart around them. Mental collapse, the unraveling of the Nazi regime. Inside the Führer bunker, the final days of Nazi Germany were marked by mental collapse and the unraveling of leadership. As the Soviet forces closed in, Hitler's authority became increasingly irrelevant, and his inner circle, once powerful and confident, was now caught in the chaos of defeat. The bunker became a microcosm of the Nazi regime's collapse, a place where delusion and loyalty to a lost cause prevented any coherent leadership from emerging. The psychological toll on those inside was profound, and their decisions, though misguided, were driven by an unwavering devotion to a dying ideology. The final days of the Führer bunker were a tragic reflection of the destruction of a regime that had once sought to dominate Europe, but now lay in ruins, with only the loyalists left to cling to a delusional dream of victory. By the time the Soviet forces launched their final assault on Berlin in late April 1945, the city had already been reduced to a battlefield, with crumbling buildings and burning rubble marking the extent of the Nazi regime's desperation. The last remnants of the Wehrmacht and SS units attempted to hold the city despite being outnumbered and outgunned. The Soviets, under Marshal Georgy Zhukov and Marshal Ivan Konev, were determined to take Berlin at all costs, and their assault was relentless, unyielding, and ultimately overwhelming. The Reichstag, once a symbol of Nazi power, became the final fortress in the battle for the heart of Nazi Germany. The Soviet military's relentless advance through the city. The Soviet advance through Berlin was characterized by unprecedented force. The Red Army, having pushed through the streets of Poland and Eastern Europe, now faced the final goal of their mission, Berlin. With the city surrounded on all sides by Soviet forces, the advance began with a massive artillery bombardment, followed by waves of infantry and tanks that pressed forward through the rubble of the city. The Soviet offensive was relentless. The Soviets pushed deep into Berlin's industrial and residential districts, utilizing their superior numbers and artillery fire to systematically destroy the German defenses. The German defenders, though determined to hold the city, were overwhelmed by the scale of the assault. Soviet tanks, infantry, and airstrikes decimated the German defenses as the Soviets cut through the outer defenses and closed in on the city center. The speed of the Soviet advance, combined with their overwhelming firepower, rendered the German resistance futile. As Soviet forces approached key areas such as the Reichstag and the Reich Chancellery, German commanders scrambled to organize the defense, but their efforts were futile against the sheer power of the Soviet assault. Despite their best efforts, the Germans were simply unable to match the firepower and momentum of the Soviets. The Reichstag becomes the final stronghold of the German resistance. As the Soviet forces made their way into the heart of Berlin, the Reichstag building became the last symbol of Nazi resistance. The Reichstag was a symbolic and strategic target for both sides. For the Germans, it represented their final stronghold in Berlin, and for the Soviets, capturing it meant destroying the last vestige of the Third Reich. The final battle for the Reichstag began in earnest on April 30, 1945, when Soviet forces broke into the building, but not without a brutal fight. German Wehrmacht soldiers, along with SS troops, continued to resist fiercely within the building's walls, using the structure's underground bunkers and rooms as makeshift fortresses. The fighting was intense, as the German defenders fought to hold on to the building, knowing that its fall would mark the symbolic end of their effort to defend Berlin. As Soviet forces advanced through the Reichstag, the resistance of the German defenders dwindled. The last defenders of the building were mostly Wehrmacht soldiers, many of whom had already been fighting for days without rest. The Soviets pushed forward, eventually capturing the Reichstag, raising the red flag over the building on May 1, 1945. This was the final symbolic victory of the Battle for Berlin, a clear marker of the total defeat of the Nazi regime. Street-by-street fighting and the massive casualties on both sides. The Battle for Berlin was a relentless street-by-street engagement, marked by brutality and massive casualties on both sides. Every building, every street corner, and every alleyway became a battlefield as German and Soviet forces clashed in close-quarter combat. The German defenders, now mostly Wehrmacht remnants, SS units, and Hitler Youth, fought tenaciously but were no match for the overwhelming Soviet assault. The Wehrmacht, already weakened by years of war, could not sustain the intensity of the Soviet attack. For the Soviets, the battle was an unrelenting push forward, street by street, with tanks and infantry facing heavy resistance at every turn. The Soviet soldiers had suffered immensely in the war, and their anger and desire for revenge against the Nazis were palpable. The street fighting was brutal, with house-to-house combat, explosions, and constant fire from both sides. The Soviets had superior numbers, but the German defenders made them pay dearly for every inch of ground. The casualties on both sides were staggering. By the time the Battle for Berlin ended, over 80,000 Soviet soldiers were killed or wounded, and up to 20,000 Germans perished in the fighting. In addition, thousands of civilians were caught in the crossfire, either killed by Soviet bombardment or trapped in the ruined buildings of Berlin. The brutality of the fighting made the capture of Berlin a tragic moment for all involved. Relentless destruction, the tightening noose around Berlin. The Battle for Berlin was marked by intense violence, desperation, and the slow but inevitable collapse of the Third Reich. The Soviet siege was relentless, tightening the noose around the last stronghold of Nazi Germany. As the Soviets pushed forward, every corner of Berlin became a battleground, and every victory by the Red Army symbolized the end of Nazi power. The defenders, though fiercely loyal, could not hold back the tide of the Soviet onslaught. The Battle for Berlin was not just the end of a city, but the end of an empire, marked by destruction and death on an unprecedented scale. In the cold, dimly lit chambers of the Führer bunker, beneath the shattered ruins of Berlin, the final act of the Third Reich unfolded. By the end of April 1945, with Soviet artillery shells shaking the walls and the Reich collapsing above, Adolf Hitler, once the most powerful man in Europe, faced the inevitable truth that his empire was finished. Refusing to surrender, unwilling to be captured, and incapable of accepting defeat, Hitler made his final decision, to end his life and bring his vision of the Nazi state to an end with him. His suicide on April 30, 1945, would become not only the symbolic death of the Führer but also the final moment of the Third Reich. Hitler's final hours in the Führer bunker and his decision to take his life. In his final days, Hitler was a shell of the man who had once commanded millions. Isolated, paranoid, and increasingly disconnected from reality, he spent his time moving restlessly between the bunker's narrow corridors and his private study. Outside, the thunder of Soviet artillery drew closer with every passing hour, shaking the bunker and extinguishing any remaining illusions of victory. The German army had collapsed, the Allies were pressing in from all sides, and the once mighty Third Reich existed now only in Hitler's imagination. Hitler's physical and mental deterioration was visible to all around him. He was frail, hunched, and trembling, his speech often slurred. His once commanding voice had become weak, filled with resentment and disbelief. Yet his fanaticism remained untouched. Even as his empire burned, he refused to flee Berlin, insisting that he would remain in the capital, the heart of the Reich, until the end. On April 29, Hitler dictated his last will and testament, blaming the Jews for the war and absolving himself of failure. In it, he appointed Admiral Karl Donitz as his successor and Goebbels as the new chancellor. In his delusion, Hitler still believed that history would vindicate him. That evening, he married Eva Braun, his companion of over a decade, in a small, somber ceremony held in the bunker. The next day, he would make good on his promise to never be taken alive. The events leading to his death, including Eva Braun's suicide. On the morning of April 30, 1945, the bunker was filled with an eerie quiet. Above ground, Soviet troops were closing in on the Reich Chancellery, less than a kilometer away. Inside, Hitler and Eva Braun prepared for death. Those closest to him, Joseph Goebbels, Martin Bormann, Heinz Lang, and Otto Gunsch, gathered for their final farewells. The Führer, once feared and revered, now appeared hollow and detached, accepting his fate with grim resolve. At approximately 3:30 p.m., Hitler and Eva withdrew to his private quarters. Moments later, a sharp gunshot echoed through the bunker. When aides entered the room, they found Hitler slumped lifelessly on a sofa, a pistol in his hand and a self-inflicted bullet wound to his temple. Beside him lay Eva Braun, who had taken cyanide. The faint smell of bitter almonds lingered in the air, the final trace of her death. Following Hitler's explicit orders, Lang and Gunsch carried the bodies into the garden of the Reich Chancellery, where they were doused in gasoline and set ablaze. As Soviet artillery shells struck nearby, the flames flickered weakly before being smothered by smoke and debris. The once mighty Führer had chosen fire as his final companion, consumed by the destruction he had brought upon the world. The aftermath of Hitler's death, with the remaining leadership in disarray. The news of Hitler's death spread quickly through the bunker, followed by an eerie silence. His inner circle, already fractured by paranoia and despair, now fell into chaos. Without the Führer, there was no leadership, no direction, no purpose. Some reacted with disbelief, others with resignation. For many of the Nazi faithful, Hitler's death marked not just the end of a leader but the death of an idea, the collapse of a dream that had consumed an entire nation. Goebbels, devastated yet unwavering in his loyalty, refused to leave the bunker. Declaring that life without Hitler was meaningless, he and his wife Magda poisoned their 6 children before taking their own lives the following day. Bormann and other officials attempted to flee Berlin, though most were either captured or killed by the advancing Soviets. The Nazi hierarchy, once rigid and all-powerful, disintegrated overnight into chaos and fear. Above ground, the Soviets discovered the remnants of the Reich Chancellery and the Führer bunker within days. The remains of Hitler and Eva Braun were hastily buried, their existence becoming a matter of secrecy and speculation for years to come. For the victors, Hitler's death was both a relief and a warning, the end of tyranny, yet a reminder of the destruction born from absolute power. Finality, the end of an era. Hitler's death marked the final act in the tragedy of the Third Reich. The man who had plunged the world into its darkest war, who had built an empire on hate, conquest, and fear, ended his life in a bunker beneath the ruins of his own creation. His suicide symbolized not just the collapse of Nazi Germany, but the failure of the ideology that had consumed Europe for over a decade. As the flames rose over his body, the world turned a page in history, from destruction to rebuilding, from dictatorship to liberation. The Führer was dead, and with him died the illusion of Nazi invincibility. On May 2, 1945, the battle that had consumed the heart of Berlin for weeks finally came to an end. What had begun as Hitler's capital of conquest had become a graveyard of the Third Reich, its streets littered with debris, bodies, and the remnants of a broken army. The surrender of Berlin to the Soviet forces marked not only the end of the battle for the city but also the final collapse of Nazi Germany. The war that Hitler had started in 1939 to dominate Europe had concluded in total ruin, his empire annihilated, his people in despair, and his ideology in ashes. The surrender of Berlin to Soviet forces and the end of the battle for Berlin. In the days following Hitler's suicide, the situation in Berlin became hopeless. The Red Army, commanded by Marshal Georgy Zhukov and Marshal Ivan Konev, had completed its encirclement of the city. German resistance, once fierce and fanatical, began to crumble under the sheer weight of Soviet firepower. The streets of Berlin were reduced to rubble, the air thick with smoke and the stench of death. Artillery fire rained down day and night, tearing apart the last defensive positions as the Soviets advanced toward the city center. Inside the shattered German lines, General Helmuth Weidling, commander of the Berlin defense area, faced an impossible choice. With no reinforcements, no ammunition, and no means of communication with the outside world, Weidling realized that continuing the fight meant nothing but slaughter. The city's defenders, a mix of exhausted soldiers, SS officers, and teenage Hitler youth, were either dead, wounded, or too demoralized to continue. On May 2, 1945, General Weidling surrendered Berlin to the Soviet forces. The surrender was both formal and inevitable. He issued an order to all remaining German units: cease fire immediately. Every hour you continue fighting prolongs the suffering of women and children in Berlin. With that, the battle for the German capital, one of the bloodiest engagements in modern history, came to an end. For the Soviets, the fall of Berlin was not merely a military triumph but a moment of historic vengeance. The red flag that had been raised over the Reichstag days earlier now stood as a symbol of the defeat of fascism. For the Germans, it was the final humiliation: the once mighty capital of the Reich now occupied, its government destroyed, its leader dead. German commanders surrendered to Soviet forces, marking the official end of the Reich's resistance. The surrender of Berlin marked the beginning of the wider collapse of Nazi resistance across Europe. Following Weidling's capitulation, other German commanders began to follow suit. In the days that followed, Admiral Karl Donitz, who had been named Hitler's successor, attempted to negotiate with the Western Allies, hoping to secure favorable terms or at least allow civilians and soldiers to flee westward to avoid Soviet captivity. However, these efforts were in vain. The Allies demanded unconditional surrender. In Berlin, Weidling and his officers were taken into Soviet custody, joining the growing number of German prisoners of war. Across Germany, the scattered remnants of the Wehrmacht and SS divisions laid down their arms. On May 7, 1945, General Alfred Jodl, acting on Donitz's behalf, signed the unconditional surrender of all German forces at Reims, France, effective the following day. For the Soviets, who had borne the heaviest losses of the war, this was not enough. A second, formal surrender was signed in Berlin on May 8, in front of Marshal Zhukov, officially ending the war in Europe. The Reich was no more. What remained of its government, the so-called Flensburg government under Donitz, was powerless, and within weeks it too would be dissolved by the Allies. For the soldiers who surrendered in Berlin, there was no triumph, only despair. The German army, once feared across the continent, had been reduced to scattered survivors. The Third Reich, which Hitler had claimed would last 1,000 years, had fallen in just 12. The capture of German officers and the symbolic dismantling of the Nazi regime. With the surrender of Berlin, the Soviets began the systematic capture of Nazi officials, officers, and government functionaries who had survived the siege. Many were interrogated, some executed, and others transported to Soviet prison camps deep within Russia. For the ordinary soldiers captured in Berlin, the future was grim. Tens of thousands would die in captivity, victims of disease, hunger, and the bitter consequences of a war their leaders had unleashed. As the Soviets consolidated control of the city, the symbols of Nazi power were torn down. The swastika flags that once flew over every government building were replaced with the hammer and sickle. The Reich Chancellery, the heart of Hitler's regime, was reduced to a smoldering ruin. Even the Führerbunker, where Hitler had taken his life, was sealed off, its remains left buried beneath layers of rubble, a literal and figurative tomb for the fallen regime. For the people of Berlin, the surrender brought relief mixed with terror. The fighting had ended, but the arrival of the Red Army brought new hardships, looting, violence, and the harsh realities of occupation. The city, once the epicenter of Nazi propaganda and power, was now divided, broken, and under foreign control. Collapse, the end of the Third Reich. The surrender of Berlin was not merely the conclusion of a battle, it was the death throes of an empire built on tyranny and delusion. The German capital, once the symbol of Nazi dominance, had fallen to ashes. With the death of Hitler, the suicide of his loyalists, and the surrender of the German army, the world finally witnessed the collapse of the Third Reich. What began as a vision of domination had ended in destruction, leaving behind only ruins, graves, and the haunting memory of a regime that had consumed itself. The city that was to be the center of a 1,000-year empire now lay silent under Soviet control, a city of ghosts, marking the end of an age of madness. When Adolf Hitler ended his life in the Führerbunker on April 30, 1945, the shock waves of his death rippled through a Germany already in ruins. The Third Reich, which he had promised would endure for 1,000 years, disintegrated in a matter of days. Without its leader, the Nazi state collapsed into chaos and surrender. Across the country, generals, ministers, and party loyalists, once bound by fear and fanatic devotion, faced the reality that the empire they had built through violence and oppression had ceased to exist. The legacy of the Führer was one of ruin, guilt, and reckoning, a legacy that would haunt Germany for generations. The fate of Nazi leaders, the remnants of the Third Reich's leadership captured or in hiding. With Hitler dead and Berlin fallen, the remaining Nazi leaders scattered like ghosts fleeing the ruins of their empire. Some were captured within days, others went into hiding, desperate to escape the consequences of their crimes. The collapse of central authority left every man for himself, and even the most fanatical loyalists now turned to self-preservation. Heinrich Himmler, once head of the feared SS, attempted to negotiate peace with the Western Allies, presenting himself as a man willing to save Germany. His overtures were rejected. Caught by British forces while disguised as a common soldier, Himmler committed suicide by swallowing a cyanide capsule before he could face trial. Joseph Goebbels, Hitler's most devoted follower, had already followed his Führer into death, killing himself after poisoning his wife and 6 children in the bunker. Hermann Göring, Hitler's former second-in-command and head of the Luftwaffe, was captured by American forces in Austria. He would later stand trial at Nuremberg, only to take his own life with cyanide before his execution. Martin Bormann, Hitler's shadowy secretary, disappeared in the chaos of Berlin's fall. For decades, his fate remained a mystery, until 1972, when his remains were discovered near a bridge in the city, confirming his death in May 1945. Others fled the continent entirely. Through underground escape routes, later known as ratlins, many Nazis found refuge in South America, aided by sympathizers and corrupt officials. There, they vanished into obscurity, their identities hidden behind false names and forged documents. The Nazi elite, once united by ideology and ambition, ended their days scattered, hunted, or disgraced. The empire they had served had turned to dust, and the world now demanded justice. The division of Germany into Allied zones and the shift from Nazi rule to occupation. As the war ended, the victors faced a monumental question: what was to become of Germany? The Allies, the United States, Soviet Union, United Kingdom, and France, agreed that the country responsible for plunging the world into war must never again be allowed to threaten global peace. At the Yalta and Potsdam conferences, Germany was divided into 4 occupation zones, each governed by one of the Allied powers. Berlin, though lying deep within the Soviet sector, was also split into 4 sections. This division was meant to be temporary, but it soon hardened into the political and ideological divide that would define the Cold War. In the Western zones, the Allies focused on rebuilding Germany as a democratic state. The Marshall Plan, launched by the United States, would later bring economic recovery and stability. In the East, under Soviet control, a very different Germany emerged, one molded in the image of Stalin's communism. The Nazi institutions that had dominated every aspect of German life were dismantled. The Gestapo, the SS, and the Nazi Party were outlawed. Denazification programs began, an effort to purge Germany of Nazi ideology and hold its leaders accountable. The process, however, was uneven and complex. Many former Nazis found their way back into positions of influence in the post-war years, especially in the West, where their expertise was deemed essential for rebuilding the nation. The division of Germany marked the true end of Hitler's vision. Instead of a united empire ruling over Europe, there now stood a fractured nation, divided by ideology and occupied by foreign powers. The psychological impact on Germans who survived the regime. For the German people, the aftermath of the war brought not triumph or relief, but shock and silence. The collapse of the Third Reich left behind a moral vacuum, or reckoning with what they had supported, tolerated, or ignored. The propaganda that had fueled their faith in Hitler's invincibility was shattered by the sight of Allied soldiers, the rubble of their cities, and the revelations of Nazi atrocities. Many Germans could not comprehend the scale of what had been done in their name. The discovery of concentration camps like Auschwitz, Buchenwald, and Dachau forced the nation to confront the full horror of Hitler's legacy. Allied films documenting the camps were shown to captured German soldiers and civilians alike. The disbelief and denial were replaced by shame, grief, and guilt, emotions that would shape the national psyche for decades. For the younger generation, who had grown up under Hitler's rule, the disillusionment was profound. The Führer, once a godlike figure in their eyes, was now revealed as a delusional tyrant. The Hitler youth, indoctrinated since childhood, faced a crisis of identity in a world that rejected everything they had been taught. As the years passed, Germany's recovery, physical, moral, and emotional, would depend on confronting these ghosts. For many, the war left wounds that would never heal, the loss of family, home, and faith in their nation's soul. The psychological ruins of the Nazi era ran deeper than the rubble of Berlin. Reflective, the fragmentation of the Nazi vision. The death of Adolf Hitler did not merely end a regime, it marked the death of a delusion. His vision of a united, eternal Reich disintegrated into ashes, replaced by division, occupation, and repentance. Germany's defeat forced its people and the world to confront the terrible price of ideology turned into obsession. The Führer's legacy was not the 1,000-year empire he promised, but a broken nation split in two, a warning to history of how absolute power and fanatic belief can consume both the ruler and the ruled. As the battle for Berlin reached its climax in late April 1945, the Reichstag, the towering, battle-scarred seat of German governance, became the ultimate symbolic prize for the advancing Soviet army. Though the building had not functioned as a parliament since 1933, when the Nazis consolidated power after the infamous Reichstag fire, it still represented the heart of the German state and the ideological center of Hitler's empire. For the Soviets, its capture would mark not only a military victory, but the final death blow to the Third Reich, a moment that would reverberate around the world as the end of Nazi tyranny. The Soviet assault on the Reichstag and the symbolic end of the Nazi Empire. By April 29, 1945, the Soviet armies, led by Marshal Georgy Zhukov and Marshal Ivan Konev, had breached the center of Berlin. The German resistance was collapsing, but what remained of the Wehrmacht, SS, and Volkssturm fought with desperate ferocity. Their orders were clear: defend the Reichstag at all costs, for its fall would signal the end of Hitler's Germany. The once proud building, already a hollow shell from years of bombardment, now stood as the final fortress of a dying regime. The assault began with an artillery barrage of unprecedented intensity. Soviet guns unleashed thousands of shells, shaking the ground and tearing through what remained of Berlin's skyline. Then came the infantry, storming through the shattered streets and barricades toward the Reichstag. The fighting was brutal and intimate, street by street, floor by floor, and room by room. German machine guns spat fire from windows and stairwells, and Soviet soldiers replied with grenades and flamethrowers. The Reichstag, once a monument of governance, had become a slaughterhouse. As the Soviets pushed forward, the German defenders, a mix of SS officers, policemen, and Hitler Youth, refused to surrender. Many were killed to the last man. Those who survived were captured and executed on the spot. The Red Army, fueled by exhaustion, vengeance, and the desire to avenge the suffering inflicted by Nazi Germany, showed no mercy. For the soldiers who had marched from Stalingrad, Leningrad, and the Volga, the fall of the Reichstag was the culmination of years of suffering and sacrifice. When the fighting finally subsided on April 30th, the Reichstag lay in ruins, its marble halls reduced to rubble, its columns scarred by gunfire, and its chambers filled with the smoke of war. The Third Reich, once proclaimed as eternal, had fallen in its own house. The historic image of Soviet soldiers raising the flag over the Reichstag. As dawn broke on May 2, 1945, the world witnessed one of the most iconic moments in modern history. High above the shattered dome of the Reichstag, a group of Soviet soldiers hoisted the red flag, the banner of victory and revolution. Captured in a photograph by Yevgeny Kaldyi, the image of Soviet troops raising the hammer and sickle over Berlin became an enduring symbol of fascism's defeat and communism's triumph. The act of raising the flag was not merely ceremonial. It was a deliberate message to the world, a declaration that the war in Europe was over, that Hitler's empire was finished, and that Soviet blood had paid the final price for victory. The photograph, later published across the globe, would come to symbolize the liberation of Europe from Nazi rule and the rise of a new world order dominated by the Allied powers. For the soldiers who placed the flag atop the ruins, it was a moment of vindication, a victory carved from unimaginable loss. The Red Army had lost more than 20 million people during the war. Every step toward Berlin had been paid for in blood. To them, that red flag was more than a political emblem, it was the soul of a nation avenged. The international recognition of Nazi Germany's final defeat. The fall of the Reichstag was quickly recognized around the world as the definitive moment of Nazi Germany's collapse. News of Berlin's fall spread rapidly across Allied capitals, London, Moscow, Washington, and Paris, sparking spontaneous celebrations. In every major city, crowds gathered in the streets, waving flags, embracing strangers, and singing songs of victory. For the first time in 6 years, peace seemed possible. The capture of the Reichstag was followed by the surrender of Berlin and, within days, the unconditional surrender of all German forces. To the world, the once mighty Nazi empire that had enslaved nations and brought genocide to Europe was now nothing more than a heap of rubble. Yet, amid the celebrations, there was also solemn reflection. The victory had come at a staggering cost, more than 50 million dead worldwide, entire cities erased, and countless lives scarred forever. For Europe, the fall of the Reichstag was not only a triumph but also a funeral for an entire generation. The symbolic defeat of the Nazis at their own seat of power marked the end of an ideology that had plunged the world into chaos. The once proud building that had served as a rallying point for Hitler's speeches now stood as a ruin and a warning, a monument to the dangers of tyranny and the fragility of civilization. Symbolic victory, the destruction of Nazi ideology. The fall of the Reichstag was more than the conquest of a city, it was the death of a vision. In its burning walls and tattered flagpoles lay the remnants of a regime that had promised eternal glory but delivered only death and ruin. The red flag fluttering over the Reichstag's ruins symbolized both justice and revenge, both triumph and tragedy. The Third Reich, born in fire, had perished in it, consumed by its own madness. And though Berlin would one day rise again, the shadows of that victory would forever remind humanity of the price of ideology when wielded without conscience. In the aftermath of Berlin's surrender in May 1945, Germany, once the epicenter of Hitler's dream for a 1,000-year Reich, lay in ruins. Its cities were flattened, its people were broken, and its government had ceased to exist. But the end of the Third Reich did not bring peace or unity. Instead, it ushered in a new kind of conflict, a division that would shape the political landscape of the 20th century. The Allied victory over Nazi Germany gave birth to a fractured nation, carved up by the victors and transformed into the first battlefield of the Cold War. The division of Berlin and the subsequent occupation of Germany by the Allies. After the fall of Berlin, the Allies, the United States, the Soviet Union, the United Kingdom, and France, faced the monumental task of administering a defeated Germany. The decisions made in the immediate aftermath of the war would determine not only the fate of the country but also the future of Europe. At the Yalta Conference in February 1945, and later at Potsdam in July, the Allied leaders agreed to divide Germany into 4 occupation zones. Each zone would be administered by one of the Allied powers, with the Soviets controlling the east, the Americans the south, the British the northwest, and the French the west. Berlin, though lying deep within the Soviet sector, was also divided into 4 parts, a decision that would later become the symbolic heart of the nation's division. The Soviet occupation of eastern Germany was harsh and absolute. Factories were dismantled and shipped to the USSR as reparations, and political control quickly fell under the rule of Stalin's communist system. In contrast, the Western Allies focused on reconstruction and democratization. The differing ideologies between East and West, capitalism versus communism, would soon clash, transforming post-war Germany into a front line of ideological warfare. Berlin, once the proud capital of the Third Reich, became a city divided. Soviet troops occupied the east, while American, British, and French forces took control of the west. Checkpoints, fences, and military patrols separated families, neighborhoods, and histories. The unity of Germany, already shattered by the war, was replaced by a physical and political wall that would soon harden into permanence. The establishment of East and West Germany, leading to the Cold War. By 1949, the political fracture in Germany had become irreversible. The Soviets, intent on securing a communist stronghold in Europe, established the German Democratic Republic, GDR, in the east, with Berlin as its capital. In response, the Western Allies supported the formation of the Federal Republic of Germany, FRG, in the west, with Bonn as its provisional capital. Thus, Germany became the front line of a new global conflict, the Cold War. The Iron Curtain, a phrase coined by Winston Churchill, descended across Europe, dividing it into 2 ideological camps, the Soviet-led East and the Western Democratic Alliance led by the United States. In the East, life under the GDR was marked by surveillance, propaganda, and limited freedom. The Stasi, East Germany's secret police, monitored citizens relentlessly, ensuring absolute loyalty to the socialist regime. In the West, the Marshall Plan, an American initiative, fueled economic recovery, turning West Germany into a thriving democracy and industrial powerhouse. The division was not only political but deeply personal. Families were separated, livelihoods destroyed, and communities torn apart. Berlin, once united under Hitler's regime, now stood as a city cleaved by ideology, a symbol of the Cold War that would endure for nearly half a century. The challenges of rebuilding a war-torn country and the moral reckoning of the German population. While the political powers fought for influence, the German people faced the immense challenge of rebuilding their lives amid the rubble of war. Cities like Hamburg, Cologne, and Dresden had been reduced to ashes. Millions of refugees wandered the countryside, displaced by shifting borders and lost homes. Food shortages, disease, and homelessness became part of daily life. Beyond the physical reconstruction, however, Germany faced a deeper struggle, a moral reckoning. For years, the Nazi regime had controlled every aspect of life, indoctrinating its citizens and silencing dissent. Now, with the revelation of the Holocaust and the atrocities committed under Hitler's rule, Germans were forced to confront the horrifying reality of what their nation had done. The Allied occupation authorities initiated a process known as denazification, aimed at purging Nazi ideology from every level of society. Former party members were investigated, teachers and officials dismissed, and war criminals prosecuted in international tribunals. But the process was imperfect. Many who had supported or benefited from the regime managed to escape accountability, while others claimed ignorance of the crimes committed in their name. For the ordinary citizen, the psychological scars ran deep. The pride that had once defined the German identity was replaced with guilt and shame. Rebuilding a nation meant not only reconstructing buildings and infrastructure but also rebuilding the conscience of a people. The Germans who survived the war had to learn to live with the knowledge that their nation had nearly destroyed the world. Fragmentation, the lasting scars of war. The division of Germany after 1945 was both a political necessity and a symbolic punishment. The victors sought to ensure that such tyranny could never rise again, but in doing so, they left behind a nation torn in two, divided by ideology, occupation, and guilt. From the ashes of Hitler's Reich rose two Germanys, one enslaved by fear, the other reborn through democracy. Yet beneath both systems lay the same shared trauma, a collective memory of war, destruction, and moral collapse. The fragmentation of Germany was not merely geographic, it was the fracture of identity, a scar that would define a people for generations. When Adolf Hitler took his own life in the Führer bunker on April 30, 1945, it marked the physical destruction of the Third Reich, but the death of its ideology would prove far more complex. The collapse of Nazi Germany was not just the fall of an empire, but the unraveling of an idea, one that had consumed the hearts and minds of millions. Yet, even as the swastikas were torn down and Allied flags raised across Germany, the poison of Nazi ideology did not vanish overnight. It lingered, in whispers, in guilt, in denial, as the nation began its painful reckoning with the lies that had led it to ruin. The death of Hitler signals the end of the Nazi regime but not necessarily the end of its influence. The death of Hitler was both an end and a beginning. The Third Reich, sustained for over a decade by his personality cult, collapsed within days of his suicide. His generals surrendered, his ministers fled or died by their own hands, and his empire was divided among the victors. Yet, for many Germans, the idea of Hitler, the Führer as savior, as father, as martyr, did not die so easily. Even in defeat, there were those who could not accept that the man they had worshipped was gone. Some believed Hitler had escaped, that he would return to reclaim Germany. Others clung to the myth that the Allies had destroyed not Germany, but the dream of national rebirth. In these delusions, one could see how deeply Nazi ideology had rooted itself, not merely in politics, but in identity. The Allies understood that defeating an army was not the same as defeating a belief system. Hitler's death had decapitated the Nazi regime, but the spiritual rot he left behind could not be burned away with a single war. The challenge that followed was not only to rebuild a country, but to reprogram a conscience. Nazi ideology continues to affect the remnants of the regime, even after the defeat. Though the Nazi Party was banned and its leaders captured or executed, Nazi ideology did not die quietly. In the chaos of post-war Germany, remnants of the party's apparatus, military men, bureaucrats, and industrialists sought to protect themselves by blending into the new order. Many who had sworn allegiance to Hitler quickly recast themselves as victims of circumstance. The phrase "I was only following orders" became a shield of moral evasion, used to separate individual guilt from collective responsibility. In both East and West Germany, former Nazis found ways to survive politically. In the West, many were absorbed into the bureaucracy and police, valued for their administrative experience in rebuilding the state. In the East, the Soviets portrayed themselves as anti-fascist liberators, yet they too quietly used former Nazi specialists to stabilize their new satellite. The result was a paradox. The Nazis' defeat was absolute on paper, but their influence lingered within the very systems meant to replace them. Even in exile, surviving SS officers and sympathizers clung to Hitler's vision, forming secret networks to aid fugitive comrades. These ratlins, organized by loyalists and foreign sympathizers, ferried hundreds of Nazi war criminals to South America, Spain, and the Middle East. There, far from the ashes of Berlin, Nazi ideology found its final echo, not as power, but as a delusion sustained by denial. The denazification process begins, but it is slow and complicated. Determined to root out Nazism once and for all, the Allied powers launched a massive program of denazification, an effort to dismantle the ideology that had fueled the Third Reich. Schools were reformed, Nazi symbols banned, and propaganda materials confiscated. The Nuremberg trials began, exposing the full horror of Nazi crimes to the world. Yet the process was anything but smooth. In the American and British zones, denazification initially took the form of public tribunals, where millions of Germans were forced to answer for their wartime conduct. But as the Cold War began to take shape, the urgency of confronting communism soon overtook the moral mission of cleansing fascism. Many lower-ranking Nazis were quietly reinstated into positions of authority to maintain stability and rebuild the new West German state. In the Soviet zone, denazification was far more brutal, involving mass arrests, forced labor, and executions. But even there, political expediency soon replaced moral purification. Many who had served the Nazis were reabsorbed into the communist bureaucracy, their allegiance conveniently rewritten. The denazification process, ambitious as it was, struggled to reach the hearts of ordinary Germans. For millions, survival came before introspection. The physical ruins of war were easier to clear than the moral ruins left behind. The legacy of Nazi propaganda persists in the hearts and minds of some Germans. Perhaps the most insidious survival of Nazism was not in its leaders, but in the minds of its people. For 12 years, the German population had lived under the total control of propaganda, a relentless campaign that glorified the Führer, demonized enemies, and twisted truth into dogma. The collapse of the regime did not instantly erase those years of indoctrination. In the ruins of post-war Germany, some still clung to Nazi myths. Stories circulated that Hitler had been betrayed, that Germany's defeat was not a failure of ideology but of weak leadership or treachery. For many, these fables were a way to cope with defeat, to preserve a sense of pride amid humiliation. But for others, particularly the younger generation, the confrontation with Nazi crimes, the Holocaust, the concentration camps, the mass executions, shattered any lingering belief. The Allies' re-education programs, combined with the revelation of the death camps, began to erode the myths of Nazi virtue. Over time, Germany's collective memory would shift from denial to remorse. But in 1945, that transformation had only begun. the shadow of Hitler's ideology remained, fading, but not yet gone. Ideological collapse, the lingering shadows of tyranny. The end of the Third Reich was not the end of Nazism. It was the beginning of a long, painful reckoning with the human capacity for obedience, cruelty, and denial. Hitler's death had ended his control over Germany, but not his hold on memory. In the rubble of Berlin, his empire was gone, yet his ghost lingered, not in monuments or armies, but in the beliefs and fears he had planted. The war had destroyed a nation, but its true victory would only come when Germany confronted the ideological rot that had once consumed it. The fall of Nazism was not a single moment, it was a generation's struggle to rebuild not just a country, but its conscience. When Adolf Hitler ended his life in the Führer bunker on April 30, 1945, the ideological and political heart of the Third Reich was extinguished. Yet, across the ruins of a dying empire, there were still those who refused to accept defeat. Wehrmacht officers, SS loyalists, and fanatical believers in Hitler's vision continued to fight on, not out of strategic purpose, but from a misguided sense of duty, fear, or denial. These men, scattered and desperate, were the last defenders of a cause that no longer existed. Their efforts, though hopeless, reflected the tragic stubbornness of a nation that had built its identity on the illusion of invincibility. Loyalists within the Wehrmacht and SS continued to resist, hoping for a miracle or an eventual peace treaty. In the final weeks of the war, as Berlin lay in ruins and Soviet troops swept westward, small pockets of German forces continued to fight on. Some refused to believe the news of Hitler's death, dismissing it as Allied propaganda. Others still clung to the hope that a miracle weapon, the so-called Wunderwaffe, or a secret alliance with the Western Allies might turn the tide. Across the shattered remains of the Reich, SS units and Wehrmacht divisions fought isolated battles with no central command. These were not organized military campaigns, but desperate last stands fought by men who no longer had an army, a leader, or a purpose. In Czechoslovakia, Austria, and northern Germany, remnants of the German army resisted the advancing Allies, not realizing, or refusing to accept, that Berlin had already fallen. Some fought on out of fanaticism, believing surrender was dishonor worse than death. Others were driven by fear of Soviet retribution, fear of being branded traitors, or fear of abandoning their comrades. The indoctrination of 12 years of Nazi propaganda had left deep scars. Many soldiers truly believed that dying for the Führer was preferable to living in defeat. Even as German generals issued orders for surrender, SS commanders in particular refused to lay down their arms. In towns and villages, they executed civilians accused of desertion, burned their own records, and destroyed bridges and supplies to slow the Allied advance. To the very end, they clung to the idea of a Reich reborn, even as its ashes settled around them. German officers tried to negotiate with the Allies, but by then, the war is lost. Amid the chaos, some German officers sought to salvage what they could from the wreckage. After Hitler's death, Admiral Karl Dönitz, appointed as his successor, established a provisional government in Flensburg, near the Danish border. Dönitz hoped to negotiate a partial surrender, one that would allow German troops and civilians to flee westward and surrender to the Western Allies rather than the Soviets. But Dönitz's dream of an honorable peace was an illusion. The Allied leaders, united in their demand for unconditional surrender, refused any negotiations. For them, the war could not end until every German soldier, from the Rhine to the Baltic, had laid down his arms. The days of diplomacy were over, the era of accountability had begun. Nevertheless, German emissaries continued to reach out in secret. General Alfred Jodl, representing Dönitz's government, signed a preliminary surrender to the Western Allies on May 7, 1945, at Reims, France. The next day, a second, formal surrender was signed in Berlin, in the presence of the Soviet High Command. But for the soldiers still fighting in the field, the message came too late, or not at all. Communication lines were destroyed, and chaos reigned. In some places, SS units ignored the order entirely, believing it a trick. In others, surrendering troops were massacred by advancing armies, still caught in the bloodlust of war's final moments. The war was over, but its machinery took days to stop moving. The surrender of Germany marks the end of any significant organized resistance. By May 8, 1945, Victory in Europe Day, VE Day, the guns of Europe finally fell silent. What remained of the German military machine lay scattered across a continent it had once sought to dominate. The Wehrmacht, once the most formidable army in the world, was now reduced to columns of prisoners marching into captivity. The SS, whose name had once inspired terror, was hunted relentlessly by both the Soviets and the Allies. In Berlin, the Soviets paraded through the smoldering ruins, their red flags flying from what was left of the Reichstag. Across Germany, Allied troops liberated concentration camps, exposed the crimes of the Nazi regime, and rounded up surviving party officials. The Third Reich, which had promised 1,000 years of glory, had lasted barely 12. Still, in scattered forests and mountain villages, small groups of die-hard Nazis refused to surrender. These werewolf units, guerrilla fighters trained to wage a resistance war, conducted sporadic acts of sabotage against the occupying forces. But their efforts were meaningless. The people of Germany, exhausted and broken, had no will left for war. Within months, even these last embers of defiance were extinguished. The surrender of Germany marked not just the end of a war, but the collapse of a worldview. The loyalty that had once bound millions to Hitler's vision dissolved into despair, leaving behind a nation without direction, leadership, or hope. Feudal loyalty, the desperate final hours of the Nazi defense. The last defenders of the Third Reich fought not for victory, but for an illusion, a false promise of redemption in the face of total defeat. Their loyalty, once celebrated as virtue, became a symbol of the delusion that had consumed an entire nation. From the burning streets of Berlin to the forests of Bavaria, their resistance was not heroic but tragic, a futile gesture against the unstoppable tide of history. In the end, there was no glory, no salvation, no miracle. The empire they fought for had already died with its Führer, and the loyalty that drove them only deepened the tragedy of Germany's final days. By April 1945, Berlin, the proud capital of Hitler's empire, was no longer a city but a battlefield. Once the gleaming center of Nazi power, it had become a maze of rubble, smoke, and death. The Soviet Red Army, after years of brutal struggle across Eastern Europe, was finally at the gates. Their goal was not only strategic but symbolic, the destruction of the city that had served as the beating heart of the Third Reich. As they stormed the Reichstag and Reich Chancellery, the world watched the end of an empire that had promised 1,000 years but survived only 12. The Soviets capture the heart of Nazi Germany. The battle for Berlin, the last great clash of the European War, began in earnest in mid-April 1945. From the east came the massive forces of Marshal Georgy Zhukov and Marshal Ivan Konev, commanding over 2 million Soviet soldiers, 6,000 tanks, and thousands of aircraft. Facing them were the exhausted remnants of the Wehrmacht, the SS, and even teenage Hitler Youth, armed with little more than rifles and blind faith. The Soviets advanced across the Oder River, pushing through towns like Seelow in one of the bloodiest battles of the war. By the time they reached Berlin, the city was encircled, a fortress of ruins. Artillery fire pounded the German capital day and night, shattering buildings, bridges, and streets. The roar of Soviet guns never ceased. Even hardened veterans described the bombardment as apocalyptic, a thunder that drowned out every thought. When Soviet troops finally entered the city on April 23, they were met with fierce resistance. The Germans fought street by street, building by building, and even room by room. The Reichstag, once the seat of German democracy and later a symbol of Nazi domination, became the final prize. The Soviets knew that raising their flag over it would symbolize more than victory, it would mean the death of fascism in Europe. After days of savage combat, Soviet soldiers stormed the Reichstag on April 30th, hoisting the red flag over its shattered dome. At that exact moment, deep underground in the Führer bunker, Adolf Hitler put a pistol to his temple and ended his life. Above ground, the Soviets claimed the city. Below, the architect of its destruction died in self-imposed exile from reality. The fall of Berlin was not only the military end of Nazi Germany but also the spiritual end of its mythology. The Reich that had enslaved Europe and murdered millions had been ground into dust by the very army it had once sought to destroy. The symbolic nature of Berlin's fall. The capture of Berlin by the Soviets was one of the most powerful symbols of the war's end. It was not simply the occupation of a city, it was the final dismantling of the Nazi myth. For 12 years, Berlin had been the stage upon which Hitler's regime displayed its power. Vast parades through the Brandenburg Gate, propaganda films glorifying Aryan supremacy, and rallies promising eternal victory. Now, those same streets were filled with Soviet tanks and the ruins of totalitarian dreams. For the Allied powers, Berlin's fall represented the moral closure of the war in Europe. The Nazis had built their empire on fear, lies, and hatred, and now the world had watched it collapse from within. The city's ruins became a mirror of the ideology that had consumed it, grandiose, delusional, and doomed. The Soviet victory was not without irony. The Red Army, whose soldiers had suffered unimaginable losses and atrocities at the hands of the Germans, exacted a terrible revenge. Berlin paid for the sins of the Reich in blood and ash. While the Soviet victory was celebrated in Moscow, the human cost was staggering. More than 80,000 Soviet soldiers were killed in the battle for Berlin, and hundreds of thousands of civilians perished in the chaos. Still, the image of the red flag over the Reichstag became the enduring symbol of fascism's defeat, a visual declaration that the world had turned a page. The city that had once served as the command center of tyranny now lay silent, its streets littered with the remnants of its own undoing. German civilians in Berlin, the collapse of civil order. For the civilians of Berlin, the final days of the war were a descent into hell. The once mighty capital was reduced to a wasteland of fire and hunger. There was no electricity, no running water, and no communication with the outside world. Hospitals overflowed, food had long since run out, and disease spread through the ruins. The constant bombardment forced thousands to seek shelter in basements and subway tunnels, where they huddled in darkness as the ground shook around them. Mothers clutched their children, praying that the next explosion would not be their last. Those who dared venture out faced the sights of corpses in the streets, collapsed buildings, and burning vehicles. When the Soviets entered the city, they were both liberators and conquerors. For many Germans, especially women, the Soviet occupation was a new nightmare. Mass atrocities, including widespread sexual violence and looting, scarred the civilian population. Fear replaced ideology as the city's defining emotion. The civilians who had once cheered Hitler's speeches in the Reich Chancellery now hid from the armies that came to end his war. By the time the battle ended, Berlin was a city of ghosts. Of its 4 million residents, nearly half were dead, missing, or displaced. The capital of the Nazi Empire had become a monument to its own destruction, a warning etched into every shattered wall and every nameless grave. Relentless destruction, the symbolic end of the Nazi capital. The fall of Berlin was the moment the Third Reich ceased to exist, not merely in politics or geography, but in spirit. The city that had embodied Nazi ambition and German pride was obliterated by the forces it had once sought to conquer. As Soviet soldiers planted their flag atop the Reichstag and Hitler's body burned beneath the Chancellery Garden, the illusion of the Nazi superstate died with him. What remained was only ruin, a city stripped of its power, a people stripped of their illusions, and a world left to reckon with the cost of their destruction. Berlin's ashes were the final punctuation in the story of Hitler's Germany, an empire born in rage, and ended in fire. In the days following Adolf Hitler's death, the remnants of the Third Reich's leadership disintegrated into chaos. What had once been a rigid hierarchy, bound together by ideology, fear, and the Führer's iron will, now collapsed under the weight of defeat. The empire that Hitler had ruled with absolute control no longer existed. In its place were fragments of loyalty, panic, and desperation. The surviving leaders of the Nazi regime, Joseph Goebbels, Martin Bormann, Heinrich Himmler, and others, faced a grim choice: suicide, capture, or flight. Some sought to bargain with the Allies, others clung to delusion, and a few vanished into the chaos of post-war Germany. The collapse of the Reich's leadership marked the final unraveling of a government that had once terrorized the world, now reduced to fugitives, corpses, and prisoners awaiting judgment. The fate of the Nazi leadership post-Hitler, Goebbels, Bormann, Himmler, and others. After Hitler's suicide on April 30, 1945, there was no longer any central authority in Germany. Admiral Karl Donitz, named by Hitler as his successor, formed a provisional government in the northern port city of Flensburg, but it was largely symbolic, a ghost government presiding over ruins. In Berlin, the Führer bunker descended into silence. Joseph Goebbels, the Nazi minister of propaganda and Hitler's most loyal disciple, assumed temporary control but knew the end was near. Martin Bormann, Hitler's private secretary and one of the most powerful men in the Nazi hierarchy, fled the bunker in a desperate attempt to escape Soviet capture. Heinrich Himmler, the head of the SS, sought to negotiate with the Western Allies, believing he could secure a peace deal for Germany, a final delusion in a regime built on lies. Outside Berlin, other Nazi officials were scattered across the collapsing Reich. Some fled to the Alps, hoping to form a last redoubt, the so-called Alpine fortress, but it was a myth. Others tried to blend into the flood of refugees moving west, disguising themselves as civilians to avoid retribution. For a leadership once feared for its absolute power, the end came swiftly and ignobly. Within weeks of Hitler's death, the Nazi elite were dead, captured, or in hiding, their empire reduced to ashes and their ideology exposed as hollow fanaticism. Joseph Goebbels' last stand and his decision to commit suicide with his family. Of all Hitler's inner circle, none was more devoted than Joseph Goebbels. A master of propaganda and a fanatic believer in Hitler's destiny, Goebbels had vowed to stay with his Führer until the end. When Hitler died, Goebbels refused to flee or surrender. In the bunker, Goebbels made one final broadcast, a message to the German people urging them to remain steadfast, even as the Reich collapsed. But the words were empty, his empire already gone. On May 1, 1945, Goebbels and his wife Magda made their final, terrible decision. They poisoned their 6 children, believing they were saving them from a world without National Socialism. Then, together, they stepped outside into the courtyard of the Reich Chancellery, where Goebbels shot himself and Magda followed. Their bodies were doused in gasoline and set alight, a macabre echo of Hitler's own death the day before. The deaths of the Goebbels family were the final chapter in the story of the Nazi elite, a horrific reflection of the fanatic loyalty that had defined them. For Goebbels, the end of Hitler's Germany was not just political defeat, it was the destruction of the only world he had believed in. The hunt for Martin Bormann, who remains elusive. While Goebbels chose death, Martin Bormann vanished into the chaos. On the night of May 1, Bormann and several others attempted to flee Berlin, disguised as soldiers. Carrying false papers and accompanied by an SS escort, he tried to slip through Soviet lines. Witnesses later reported that Bormann was last seen near the Weidendammer Bridge, where a Soviet shell explosion scattered the group. For decades, Bormann's fate was a mystery. Some claimed he had escaped to South America, others believed he had died in Berlin. The Soviets insisted they had killed him, while post-war investigators hunted for his trail. It wasn't until 1972, when construction workers unearthed skeletal remains near the bridge, that DNA testing confirmed his death. Bormann's disappearance fed decades of myth-making, reflecting the lingering fear and fascination with the Nazi hierarchy. In truth, his end, a desperate flight through a ruined city, dying anonymously among the rubble, was symbolic of the collapse of Nazi authority. The man who had once been Hitler's shadow had vanished into history's shadows himself. The arrest of the remaining top Nazis and their eventual trials. As the war officially ended on May 8, 1945, Allied forces turned their attention to capturing the surviving leaders of the Nazi regime. Heinrich Himmler, the architect of the Holocaust, was caught by British soldiers while disguised as a soldier. During interrogation, he swallowed a cyanide capsule, ending his life before justice could reach him. Hermann Göring, once Hitler's designated heir, surrendered to American troops in Bavaria. Arrogant and self-assured, he believed he could negotiate leniency. Instead, he was tried at Nuremberg and sentenced to death, though he, too, took his own life before execution. Rudolf Hess, Hitler's deputy who had flown to Scotland in 1941, was captured and sentenced to life imprisonment. He would remain a prisoner for the rest of his life, dying in 1987. Other high-ranking Nazis, from military officers to SS commanders, were captured across Europe. Some faced trial at the Nuremberg tribunals, where their crimes were exposed to the world. Others fled justice through the underground networks known as ratlins, finding refuge in Spain, Argentina, and Brazil. The collapse of the Nazi leadership was total. Those who once commanded armies and terrorized nations were now fugitives, prisoners, or corpses, their power evaporated, their words stripped of meaning. The crumbling of an empire, the remnants of power falling apart. The final days of the Nazi leadership mirrored the collapse of their ideology, violent, chaotic, and devoid of dignity. Once hailed as the architects of a new world order, Hitler's followers were reduced to hunted men, driven by fear rather than conviction. Goebbels' suicide, Bormann's disappearance, and Himmler's cowardice revealed not the strength of their beliefs, but the fragility of their humanity. The Third Reich, which had once promised dominance and destiny, ended not with glory but with betrayal, disintegration, and death. The empire of the Führer, built on cruelty and deceit, had devoured itself, leaving behind only ruins and the long shadow of its crimes. As the guns of the Third Reich fell silent in the spring of 1945, the German people, who had once cheered their Führer's promises of greatness, now faced the stark reality of ruin. Hitler's People's War, once proclaimed as a fight for destiny and survival, had turned into a nightmare of hunger, displacement, and despair. Across the shattered cities and burning villages of Germany, there was no longer any talk of victory, only the desperate struggle to stay alive amid the ruins of a world they had been told would last 1,000 years. The collapse of Nazi Germany was not just a military defeat but a social and moral implosion. The propaganda that had once united a nation in pride and purpose gave way to silence, shame, and disbelief. The German people, broken and leaderless, faced not only the consequences of their government's crimes but also the unbearable weight of having believed in them. Civilians suffer greatly as the war winds down: food shortages, mass displacement, and Soviet bombardments. For the civilians of Germany, the final months of the war were a descent into chaos and misery. With the country's infrastructure destroyed by Allied bombing, food supplies dwindled to almost nothing. families scavenged for scraps in the rubble of their cities. Bread, once a daily staple, became a rare luxury. People boiled grass and potato peels to survive. In the east, the advance of the Soviet army brought terror. Entire towns fled westward ahead of the Red Army, clogging the roads with endless columns of refugees, women, children, and the elderly, dragging what few possessions they could carry. Bombs and shells rained down on the fleeing masses as the Soviets sought vengeance for years of Nazi atrocities. Cities like Königsberg, Danzig, and Breslau were obliterated. Their inhabitants endured weeks of bombardment, starvation, and violence before surrendering. The once proud Wehrmacht, too, had become a ghost of its former self. Soldiers, starved and ill-equipped, wandered aimlessly or surrendered en masse. There were no more reserves, no more reinforcements, only exhaustion. Even Hitler Youth, boys barely 15, were handed rifles and told to die for the Reich. The war that had begun in triumph ended in futility, with an entire nation brought to its knees. The disillusionment of the German people as they see the true cost of the war. As Berlin fell and the Nazi government collapsed, a terrible silence spread across Germany. For the first time, the people were forced to confront the truth. The war had not been fought for glory or defense, but for Hitler's delusions. The promises of prosperity and pride had led to starvation, occupation, and death. The propaganda machine that had sustained the German people's faith for years was gone. The familiar voice of Joseph Goebbels, the master of illusion, had been silenced by suicide. Newspapers no longer proclaimed victory, radios no longer broadcast the Führer's speeches. Instead, Allied leaflets littered the streets, showing images of concentration camps, the mass graves of Auschwitz, Buchenwald, and Dachau. The truth of the Holocaust hit like a second invasion. Ordinary Germans, many of whom had turned a blind eye or claimed ignorance, were confronted with the evidence of what had been done in their name. Allied soldiers forced civilians to walk through the camps, to see the bodies, to face the stench of death. The moral foundation of the German people, built for years on Nazi lies, crumbled. In the words of one Berlin woman, written in her diary as the Soviets entered the city, "We were told we were the chosen people, the pure race. Now we are nothing, beggars in our own land." The illusion of superiority, once the beating heart of Nazi ideology, dissolved into despair. The German defeat resonates deeply with the civilian population as their future becomes uncertain. The defeat of Nazi Germany brought liberation for the world, but for the German people, it was the beginning of uncertainty and fear. The cities lay in ruins, the nation had no government, no economy, and no sense of direction. Millions were displaced, refugees from the east, soldiers returning from captivity, orphans, and widows. The occupation of Germany by Allied forces divided the country into zones of control, but it also divided the people's sense of identity. Who were they now, the aggressors, the victims, or both? Many could not answer. The national pride that had once defined them was replaced by collective guilt and silence. For the first time in a generation, the German people faced the prospect of living without ideology. The slogans and banners were gone, the swastikas torn down. What remained was only the weight of survival. The word Reich was no longer spoken, instead, people whispered of freedom, peace. But even peace, in those first years, was fragile. The physical destruction was immense. Over 7 million Germans were dead, 12 million refugees displaced, and entire cities reduced to ashes. But the psychological destruction ran deeper. The German people's war had ended not in victory, but in moral and existential collapse. The dream of destiny had become a nightmare of accountability. Loss and despair, the end of the people's hope. The end of Nazi Germany was not just a military defeat, it was the death of belief. The German people, who had once marched beneath banners of unity and destiny, now wandered among ruins, broken by the truth of what had been done in their name. Hunger, displacement, and guilt replaced pride and ambition. The Third Reich, born from fanatic hope, left behind only despair. The war had consumed everything: cities, families, and faith, leaving a nation to rebuild not only its walls, but its soul. On May 8, 1945, the guns of Europe finally fell silent. After 6 years of unimaginable destruction, the Second World War, the deadliest conflict in human history, had come to an end. Across the world, people poured into the streets in celebration. In London, bells rang out for the first time since 1939. In New York, crowds filled Times Square, waving flags and kissing strangers in disbelief. In Moscow, fireworks exploded over the Kremlin, lighting up a city that had bled for victory. For the Allied nations, the surrender of Germany marked a triumph not only of arms, but of endurance. From the deserts of North Africa to the beaches of Normandy, from the steppes of Russia to the ruins of Berlin, the coalition of nations that had stood against tyranny had finally prevailed. Yet beneath the cheers and confetti, there was also mourning, for the tens of millions who would never return, and for the knowledge that victory had come at an almost unbearable price. The war was over, but the world it left behind was forever changed. The Allied victory is officially declared. When Germany's unconditional surrender was signed at Reims on May 7, 1945, and confirmed in Berlin the next day, the news spread like a shockwave. The document, signed by General Alfred Jodl on behalf of the German High Command, ended the Third Reich's dream of domination. In London, Prime Minister Winston Churchill announced the victory with pride and humility. We may allow ourselves a brief period of rejoicing, but let us not forget for a moment the toil and efforts that lie ahead. In Washington, D.C., President Harry S. Truman dedicated the victory to Franklin D. Roosevelt, who had died just weeks before the war's end. This victory, Truman said, belongs to him as much as any man. And in Moscow, Joseph Stalin declared May 9th Victory Day, celebrating the triumph of the Soviet Union, whose soldiers had borne the heaviest burden of the war. Red banners waved across the Kremlin as artillery salutes thundered, not in destruction this time, but in jubilation. For a moment, the world exhaled. Streets filled with dancing, laughter, and relief. In war-torn Europe, people embraced their liberators, tore down Nazi symbols, and sang songs of freedom. But amid the euphoria, there was also an undercurrent of exhaustion, a weary understanding that peace would not come easily. The cities were in ruins, economies shattered, and millions were displaced. Victory had come, but rebuilding the world would be the next great challenge. The end of the war signals the start of the occupation of Germany. With the Third Reich destroyed, the Allies turned their attention to governing the ruins. Germany, the architect of 2 world wars, was now a nation without sovereignty. The victors divided it into 4 zones of occupation, each administered by one of the major Allied powers, the United States, the Soviet Union, the United Kingdom, and France. Berlin, though deep in the Soviet zone, was also divided into 4 sectors, a decision that would later define decades of political tension. What had been the capital of the Nazi Empire became a symbol of both victory and division. The occupation was not merely a military necessity, it was an ideological mission. The Allies sought to dismantle Nazism from every level of German society. The swastika was banned, Nazi literature destroyed, and streets renamed. The process of denazification began, aiming to purge former party members from positions of influence. But it was also a time of survival. Food was scarce, infrastructure destroyed, and the population traumatized. For many Germans, the occupation was both liberation and humiliation. Soldiers of the victorious powers now patrolled their streets, and foreign governments dictated their future. Yet, within this hardship lay the seeds of rebirth. The same armies that had conquered Germany now began to feed its children, rebuild its homes, and re-educate its youth. Out of destruction, a new Germany would slowly emerge. The Nuremberg trials begin, justice for the crimes of the Third Reich. As the Allies restored order, they also turned to justice. The world demanded accountability for the atrocities committed in the name of Hitler's Reich. The discovery of concentration camps like Auschwitz, Buchenwald, and Dachau had revealed horrors beyond comprehension. The crimes of the Nazis could not be forgotten, they had to be judged. In November 1945, the Nuremberg trials began in the very city where Hitler had once rallied his followers. 24 of the most powerful surviving Nazi leaders stood before an international tribunal representing the Allied powers. Among them were Hermann Göring, Rudolf Hess, and Joachim von Ribbentrop. They were charged with crimes against humanity, war crimes, and conspiracy to wage aggressive war. For the first time in history, a nation's leaders were held personally responsible for the suffering they had inflicted on the world. The courtroom became a global stage for truth. Testimonies from survivors and mountains of evidence laid bare the scale of Nazi brutality. The judges delivered their verdicts in October 1946. 12 were sentenced to death, 7 to prison, and 3 acquitted. The Nuremberg trials were not only about punishment, they were about principle. They marked the beginning of a new era of international law, one that declared that following orders could no longer excuse crimes against humanity. Mixed triumph and justice, the world begins to rebuild. The Allied victory was both a triumph of endurance and a moral reckoning. The joy that swept across the world in May 1945 was tempered by the memory of loss and the shadow of what had been discovered in the ruins of Europe. The war was over, but peace was fragile, built not on celebration alone, but on justice, accountability, and the will to rebuild a broken world. Germany, once the aggressor, was now the ground zero of reconstruction. From its ashes rose both hope and caution, the understanding that freedom must be defended not only with weapons, but with truth. The Allies' victory was not just the end of war, it was the beginning of history's greatest rebuilding, of nations, of laws, and of conscience. When the guns finally fell silent in May 1945, Germany, the heart of a fallen empire, lay in ruins. The cities that had once echoed with parades and speeches proclaiming the glory of the Reich were now silent landscapes of ash and rubble. The once proud thousand-year Reich had lasted only 12 years, leaving behind a nation shattered in body, mind, and spirit. The collapse of the Nazi state was not just political, it was a complete unraveling of identity. The people who had once marched beneath Hitler's banners now found themselves homeless, hungry, and haunted. The war was over, but its consequences had only just begun. The psychological and social wreckage of defeat ran deeper than the bombed-out cities. It lived in the conscience of the German people, who now faced the impossible question, how had this happened? The collapse of the Nazi state, displacement, hunger, and devastation. In the immediate aftermath of surrender, Germany was unrecognizable. Nearly every major city, Berlin, Hamburg, Dresden, Cologne, Munich, had been reduced to rubble. Railways, bridges, and factories were destroyed. Millions wandered aimlessly across the countryside, seeking food or family. There were over 12 million refugees in Germany by the end of 1945, Germans expelled from Poland, Czechoslovakia, and Eastern Prussia, now living in makeshift camps, sleeping in barns or ruins. Hunger was everywhere. Bread was rationed, water contaminated, and winter came like a second enemy. Disease and malnutrition spread quickly. Children starved in the streets, and entire families relied on soup kitchens set up by the occupying powers. Allied soldiers, shocked by what they saw, distributed rations to civilians. Yet, the moral contrast was painful. These were the same people who, only years earlier, had cheered Hitler's wars of conquest. The collapse of the Nazi state left Germany without leadership, law, or identity. The Reich that had promised eternal order had delivered only chaos. For the first time in years, Germans were free, but that freedom came wrapped in guilt, grief, and hunger. The German population faces the consequences of supporting the Nazi regime. The fall of Nazi Germany forced its citizens to face the truth they had ignored. For years, they had been told they were fighting a war for civilization, purity, and destiny. Now, they were confronted with the crimes committed in their name, the concentration camps, the death marches, the ashes of millions. As Allied troops liberated the camps, the world learned the full extent of the Holocaust. Photographs of Auschwitz, Buchenwald, and Dachau shocked the world, and the German people. In many towns, Allied commanders ordered civilians to walk through nearby camps, forcing them to see the corpses and the survivors. Some broke down and wept, others claimed ignorance or disbelief. But there was no escaping the truth. The moral collapse of the Nazi regime had stained the conscience of an entire nation. Denial and shame became twin burdens of the post-war generation. Some Germans defended themselves with the phrase, "We didn't know." Others admitted knowing something, but not enough, or not wanting to know more. For the Allies, it was not enough to defeat Nazism militarily, it had to be destroyed spiritually. The process of denazification began, an attempt to cleanse German society of Nazi ideology. Party members were removed from positions of power, propaganda materials were banned, and new educational programs were launched to teach democratic values. But the process was slow, uneven, and often met with quiet resistance. The deeper truth was that Nazism had been more than a political movement, it had been a belief system, one that had shaped identity, loyalty, and fear. Erasing it would take more than tribunals or declarations, it would take generations. Post-war rebuilding and the emergence of two Germanys. Amid the ruins, Germany's physical reconstruction began, but its political future quickly became entangled in the new struggle between the Soviet Union and the Western Allies. What began as a joint occupation soon turned into a division of ideology. The Soviets, ruling the Eastern Zone, sought to rebuild Germany under communist principles. Private industry was nationalized, and political dissent crushed. In the Western zones, the United States, Britain, and France encouraged democratic governance and free market recovery. By 1949, this ideological divide hardened into two separate nations. The Federal Republic of Germany, West Germany, aligned with the West and based in Bonn. The German Democratic Republic, East Germany, under Soviet control with Berlin, or what was left of it, as its divided capital. Families were split, borders redrawn, and new governments formed under watchful foreign eyes. The Berlin Wall, built years later, would stand as the most visible scar of this division, a concrete reminder of a nation that had destroyed itself from within. Yet amid the political separation, the human rebuilding began. Germans planted crops in the rubble, reopened schools, and dug through ruins to find the living and the dead. Slowly, the country began to breathe again. But the air was heavy with memory, every street corner and burned-out building whispered of what had been lost, and what had been done. A nation reckons with itself. For many Germans, the hardest battle after 1945 was not against hunger or poverty, but against memory. The realization that their country had waged a war of extermination, not liberation, reshaped the national psyche. In the following decades, generations of Germans would wrestle with this legacy, confronting the crimes of their parents and grandparents in search of moral redemption. From this collective reckoning, a new Germany would emerge, one defined not by conquest, but by conscience. but in 1945, that transformation was still far away. For now, the ruins spoke louder than words. Reckoning and reflection, the long road to recovery. In the aftermath of defeat, Germany became both a graveyard and a classroom. The war had stripped it of its illusions, leaving behind a people broken by what they had believed in. Hunger, loss, and guilt became the foundations upon which a new identity would eventually rise. The collapse of the Nazi state was more than the end of a dictatorship, it was the collapse of a worldview. Out of that moral and physical devastation, the German people began their long journey back toward humanity. The path to redemption would be slow, painful, and uncertain, but it began here, in the ashes of 1945, when the people of Germany finally faced the truth of who they had been, and what they must never become again. When the guns fell silent in May 1945, the war in Europe had ended, but a new conflict had already begun. The Soviet Union, victorious yet deeply scarred, emerged from the ashes of war as one of the world's two superpowers. In the ruins of Berlin and across the plains of eastern Germany, Soviet troops now stood where the Nazi armies had once marched. Their occupation marked not only the end of the Third Reich, but the beginning of the Cold War, an ideological struggle that would define the next half-century. The red flags flying over the ruins of Berlin symbolized liberation to some, and domination to others. For the German people, Soviet rule would bring not freedom, but fear, a new form of control, forged in the fires of vengeance and ideology. The Soviets take control of Berlin, the dawn of a new era. By the time Berlin surrendered on May 2, 1945, the Soviet Red Army had already claimed the city as a trophy of victory. Marshal Georgy Zhukov, commander of the Soviet forces, oversaw the raising of the red banner over the Reichstag, an image that became one of the defining symbols of Nazi Germany's downfall. But beneath the triumph lay tragedy. The Battle of Berlin had left the city in ruins, 125,000 German soldiers dead, tens of thousands of civilians killed, and countless others missing. Soviet soldiers marched through streets littered with rubble, bodies, and the debris of empire. What remained of the German capital was divided into zones, but Soviet power dominated the city's heart. The Soviets quickly imposed martial law. Looting, revenge killings, and widespread sexual violence marred the first weeks of occupation. For millions of Berliners, the Red Army's arrival brought both deliverance and terror. Stalin had promised that Germany would never rise again, and his soldiers ensured that this promise was carried out with ruthless precision. Factories were dismantled and shipped east as reparations for Soviet losses. Trains loaded with machinery, livestock, and even skilled workers departed daily for the USSR. The Soviet government viewed this not as theft, but as justice, payment for the 27 million Soviet lives lost in the war. Berlin was no longer the capital of Germany, it was a symbol of Soviet supremacy. The Soviet influence expands across Eastern Europe. While the world celebrated the Allied victory, the Soviet Union moved swiftly to consolidate its control over Eastern Europe. Stalin's armies had not only liberated these territories from the Nazis, they had occupied them. From Poland to Hungary, from Romania to Czechoslovakia, the Red Army established a political and military presence that would soon reshape the map of Europe. Communist governments were installed in each country under Soviet supervision. Elections were rigged, opposition parties silenced, and local leaders replaced by Moscow's loyalists. What Stalin called liberation was, in truth, the expansion of Soviet influence. The Eastern Bloc was born, a buffer zone of satellite states designed to protect the USSR from any future Western threat. Germany, the defeated heart of Europe, became the central stage for this new ideological struggle. The Western Allies envisioned a rebuilt, democratic nation, while the Soviets sought to transform their occupied zone into a socialist stronghold. This difference in vision, democracy versus dictatorship, capitalism versus communism, would soon divide the world itself. The imposition of communism on the Eastern Zone. In the Soviet-controlled zone of Germany, the seeds of communism were planted immediately. The Soviet military administration in Germany, SMAD, established strict control over the press, education, and political life. Nazi officials were purged, but so too were anyone considered bourgeois or potentially disloyal to Soviet ideals. Land reform programs redistributed property from large landowners to small farmers, often accompanied by forced collectivization. Industries were nationalized and reorganized to serve Soviet economic interests. Propaganda spread rapidly. Posters, newspapers, and radio broadcasts celebrated Stalin's leadership and condemned Western imperialists. The German Communist Party, KPD, once banned under Hitler, was resurrected under Soviet direction. Soon it merged with the Social Democrats to form the Socialist Unity Party, SED, the political foundation of what would become East Germany. But for ordinary Germans, life under Soviet rule was harsh. Shortages of food, medicine, and housing persisted. Fear of arrest or deportation to Soviet labor camps haunted daily life. The hope that the war's end would bring peace was quickly replaced by the realization that a new kind of war, political, ideological, and invisible, had begun. The division of Germany begins to take shape. As the months passed, the division of Germany became increasingly clear. While the Soviets imposed communism in the East, the Western Allies, the United States, Britain, and France, began rebuilding their zones under democratic principles and free market economics. Berlin, the symbolic center of Germany, became the flashpoint of this growing divide. The western sectors of the city, administered by the Allies, stood as tiny islands of freedom within the vast Soviet-controlled East. The tension between these two worlds would soon erupt into conflict, as the Soviets attempted to force the West out of Berlin through the blockade of 1948, prompting the famous Berlin airlift. By 1949, two Germanys existed on the map. The Federal Republic of Germany, FRG, West Germany, supported by the West. The German Democratic Republic, GDR, East Germany, a Soviet satellite. The Iron Curtain, as Winston Churchill called it, had fallen across Europe. The Berlin Wall, still years away from construction, was already visible in spirit, a barrier of fear, ideology, and mistrust. Rising tension, the beginning of a new geopolitical divide. The Soviet occupation of Berlin and Eastern Germany marked the end of one war and the birth of another, a conflict fought not with tanks and bombs, but with ideology, espionage, and propaganda. The liberators of 1945 had become the rivals of 1946. Germany, once the aggressor, was now the battlefield of ideas that would divide the world for generations. In the ruins of Berlin, amid the ghosts of empire, two new orders emerged, one promising freedom, the other equality, and both preparing for a confrontation that would define the modern age. In the ashes of the Third Reich, as the dust of war settled over a ruined continent, the Western Allies, the United States, United Kingdom, and France, faced a monumental challenge. They had not only to govern a defeated nation but to rebuild its soul. The task before them was as moral as it was political, to ensure that Germany would never again plunge the world into chaos, while also preventing its people from sinking into despair or extremism. From the ruins of Hitler's empire, the Western powers began the slow, deliberate process of reconstruction and re-education, forging a new Germany grounded in democracy, accountability, and peace. Their work would transform the bombed-out wasteland of 1945 into the thriving democracy of West Germany, and lay the foundations for a new Europe. The Western Allies begin their occupation of the Western zones. Following the unconditional surrender of Germany in May 1945, the country was divided into 4 occupation zones, each administered by one of the major Allied powers. The Americans, British, and French took control of the western portion, while the Soviets dominated the east. The western zones encompassed key industrial and agricultural regions, including the Ruhr Valley, Germany's industrial heartland. The Allies quickly recognized that rebuilding Germany's economy was essential, not only for stability but also for preventing the rise of communism. Unlike the Soviets, who stripped their zone of resources as reparations, the Western powers focused on rehabilitation rather than retribution. In the early months of occupation, Germany was a landscape of devastation. Cities were piles of rubble, factories gutted, and millions of civilians displaced. The Allied military governments took immediate control, imposing strict regulations but also working to restore basic services, food distribution, housing, and transportation. The process of denazification was a key priority. Nazi officials and collaborators were removed from power, propaganda materials were banned, and German citizens were required to fill out questionnaires detailing their wartime affiliations. Trials were held not only at Nuremberg but throughout the occupied zones, targeting those responsible for war crimes and atrocities. Yet the Western Allies also understood that collective punishment could not build a peaceful future. Harsh deindustrialization policies, initially proposed to cripple Germany's war potential, were soon replaced by more pragmatic efforts to rebuild and reintegrate the nation into a democratic Europe. Efforts to establish a democratic government. The Western occupation zones became laboratories for democratic reform. The Allies aimed to reverse the authoritarian culture that had dominated Germany for generations, replacing it with self-government and civic responsibility. In 1946, local elections were held across the Western zones, the first free elections in Germany since the rise of the Nazis. Political parties were revived, including the Christian Democratic Union, CDU, Social Democratic Party, SPD, and Free Democratic Party, FDP. Newspapers reopened under Allied supervision, and schools were restructured to eliminate Nazi ideology from their curricula. By 1948, the Western powers began laying the groundwork for a unified, democratic state. Representatives from the Western zones met in Bonn to draft the Constitution. The resulting document, the Basic Law, Grundgesetz, enshrined the principles of democracy, human rights, and federal governance. On May 23, 1949, the Federal Republic of Germany, FRG, was officially established, with Konrad Adenauer as its first chancellor. The creation of West Germany marked a profound turning point. No longer a defeated nation under occupation, it became a partner in the emerging Western Alliance, a frontline state in the Cold War against Soviet expansion. Rebuilding the economy, the Marshall Plan and the Western Revival. The Western occupation's most remarkable success was economic. In the late 1940s, the Marshall Plan, a massive U.S.-led initiative, injected billions of dollars into Europe's reconstruction. Germany, once the aggressor, now became a centerpiece of recovery. Factories were rebuilt, railways repaired, and new industries born. The Western Allies encouraged the revival of trade and production, realizing that a prosperous Germany was vital to a stable Europe. Within a few years, the shattered economy began to stir back to life. The introduction of a new currency, the Deutsche Mark, in June 1948, stabilized inflation and restored public confidence. Streets once filled with black markets and bartering now buzzed with commerce. By the early 1950s, West Germany's economic miracle, Wirtschaftswunder, had begun, a period of explosive growth that would transform it from ruins to one of the world's leading economies. Behind the numbers, however, lay the human story. The Western occupation brought with it a new sense of purpose. For the first time in years, Germans began to believe in a future shaped not by dictatorship or ideology, but by freedom and responsibility. The psychological impact on civilians. Despite progress, the scars of war ran deep. The psychological toll of defeat, guilt, and survival haunted millions. The bombed cities were not just physical ruins but symbols of moral collapse. Veterans returned home to nothing, widows searched for the missing, children grew up in orphanages or on the streets. Yet the Western approach, emphasizing reconstruction over retribution, slowly began to heal those wounds. Programs for re-education, cultural renewal, and international exchange helped reintroduce Germany to the world. Churches, universities, and artists played a vital role in rebuilding a moral and cultural identity that rejected the nationalism of the past. Still, for many Germans, the shame of Nazi crimes remained an unspoken burden. The true reckoning with the Holocaust and Germany's wartime atrocities would take decades to emerge. In the immediate post-war years, survival took precedence over reflection. Hope amidst devastation, the path to recovery for the West. The Western occupation of Germany was not an act of conquest, but of reconstruction, a deliberate effort to rebuild what war and ideology had destroyed. Out of devastation came democracy, from ruin, revival. The United States, Britain, and France transformed their zones into a model of renewal, one that contrasted sharply with the repression of the Soviet East. From the ashes of Hitler's Reich rose a new Germany, one that would soon become the anchor of Western Europe, a bulwark against tyranny, and a testament to the power of resilience. The Western Allies had not only defeated a regime, they had helped a nation rediscover its humanity. When the fires of war finally faded, the world stood amid the ruins of the Third Reich, facing questions that reached far beyond victory or defeat. The physical empire that Adolf Hitler had built, of cities, armies, and banners, was gone, but its shadow remained. It lingered in the shattered streets of Germany, in the haunted eyes of survivors, and in the moral reckoning that would reshape humanity's understanding of evil. The collapse of Nazi Germany marked not only the end of a dictatorship but a defining moment in the story of civilization. Never before had the world witnessed such organized cruelty, or such a concerted effort to confront it. The memory of the Reich would become a permanent scar on human history, a warning etched into law, culture, and conscience. The legacy of the Third Reich, historical and psychological scars. The Third Reich had promised 1,000 years of glory, it left behind 12 years of devastation. The scale of destruction was unlike anything the modern world had ever seen. Entire cities, Berlin, Dresden, Cologne, Hamburg, lay in ruins. Over 60 million people had died across the globe, including 6 million Jews murdered in the Holocaust. For Germany, the defeat brought both liberation and humiliation. The legacy of the Nazi regime was twofold: material ruin and psychological devastation. The German people, conditioned by years of propaganda, now faced the unbearable truth of what had been done in their name. The shock of defeat merged with the weight of guilt. Children grew up among the rubble, asking questions their parents could not answer. Soldiers returned home to a land unrecognizable. Many Germans suffered from what historians later called collective trauma, the psychological aftermath of both complicity and catastrophe. The ruins became mirrors of the mind, broken, haunted, searching for meaning. The Nuremberg trials, justice and the birth of international law. In the wake of Nazi collapse, the Allied powers sought not only to punish, but to understand. The Nuremberg trials, held between 1945 and 1946, were the first of their kind, a legal reckoning for the architects of state-sponsored terror. 24 of the most powerful surviving Nazis stood before an international tribunal, representing a united front of nations that had once fought on opposite sides of ideology. They were charged with crimes against peace, war crimes, and crimes against humanity, a term born from the ashes of the Holocaust. The trials established precedents that would define modern international law. The principle of individual responsibility, that a person cannot escape justice by claiming to have followed orders, became a cornerstone of global justice. The Nuremberg Charter set forth the idea that certain crimes are so grave that they transcend national sovereignty. 12 defendants, including Hermann Göring and Joachim von Ribbentrop, were sentenced to death. Others received long prison terms. But beyond the verdicts, the true significance of Nuremberg lay in its documentation, the creation of a historical record that could never be denied. Testimonies from survivors, photographs, and films laid bare the machinery of genocide and tyranny. The words spoken in that courtroom echoed far beyond Germany. They became the foundation for the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, 1948, and the establishment of the International Criminal Court decades later. Justice had begun, imperfect, delayed, but undeniable. The continued confrontation with Nazi crimes. In the years that followed, Germany's confrontation with its Nazi past became an ongoing struggle, one that would define its national identity. For a time, silence dominated. The immediate post-war generations were more concerned with rebuilding than reflecting. Many Germans chose amnesia over remembrance, eager to move past the shame. But the silence could not last. As survivors began to speak, as evidence continued to surface, and as younger generations demanded accountability, the reckoning returned. In the 1960s, the Auschwitz trials in Frankfurt reopened wounds long buried, as German prosecutors tried their own countrymen for crimes committed in the camps. Later, films like Night and Fog and Schindler's List, and memorials such as Yad Vashem and the Memorial to the Murdered Jews of Europe in Berlin, ensured that memory would remain part of the national conscience. Germany, once the source of terror, transformed into the guardian of remembrance. Through education, memorialization, and open acknowledgement, it sought to prevent history from repeating itself. The phrase "Nie wieder," never again, became both a promise and a responsibility. Yet even decades later, the shadow of the Third Reich persisted. Neo-Nazism, denialism, and extremism continued to emerge in dark corners of society, reminders that ideology, once unleashed, can never be entirely eradicated. The task of remembrance, it seemed, would never end. Reflection, the weight of history on the modern world. The collapse of the Third Reich marked the end of an era, but its shadow stretched across generations. It reshaped international law, ethics, and identity. The world learned that civilization is fragile, and that evil can thrive not only in chaos, but in order, in bureaucracy, in obedience. Germany's journey from empire to ruin, and from guilt to remembrance, remains one of history's most profound transformations. The ruins of the Reich became lessons, not just for Germans, but for all of humanity. The long shadow of the Third Reich endures not as a threat, but as a warning, that the past must be faced, remembered, and understood, for only in truth can the world hope to prevent its repetition. When the guns fell silent in Europe in May 1945, the world was left not only with the ruins of cities and the ashes of empires but with an urgent question: how should the architects of such destruction be judged? The crimes committed under the Nazi regime were not ordinary acts of war, they were systematic, industrialized atrocities that had redefined the boundaries of human cruelty. The world demanded justice, not vengeance. And so, in a bombed-out city that had once echoed with Hitler's triumphal speeches, the victors gathered to put the defeated on trial. The Nuremberg trials, named for the symbolic heart of the Nazi Party's rallies, became the first attempt in human history to hold leaders personally accountable for crimes committed against nations, soldiers, and humanity itself. The establishment of the Nuremberg trials. The idea of prosecuting Nazi leaders was first proposed by the Allied powers even before the war ended. At the Yalta and Potsdam conferences, the United States, the United Kingdom, the Soviet Union, and France agreed that the horrors uncovered, from the concentration camps to the destruction of Europe's cities, demanded a new kind of justice. In November 1945, inside Nuremberg's Palace of Justice, the International Military Tribunal, IMT, convened. The courtroom, rebuilt amid the ruins, became a symbol of moral reconstruction, proof that civilization could still stand after barbarism. 24 of the most powerful surviving leaders of the Nazi regime were indicted. The charges were unprecedented in scope. Crimes against peace, the planning and waging of aggressive war. War crimes, violations of the laws of war, including the treatment of prisoners. Crimes against humanity, the murder, enslavement, and persecution of civilians. Conspiracy, for orchestrating the entire machinery of Nazi terror. For the first time in modern history, nations agreed to judge other nations' leaders not through vengeance, but through law. The world's gaze turned to Nuremberg, where the horrors of the war would be laid bare for all to see. Key figures on trial. Among those seated in the dock were some of the most infamous figures in modern history. Hermann Göring, Hitler's former deputy and head of the Luftwaffe, who still carried himself with arrogance and disdain, convinced he could outtalk his judges. Rudolf Hess, Hitler's deputy who had flown to Scotland in 1941 in a failed attempt at negotiation, now pale and withdrawn, seemingly lost in his own delusions. Joachim von Ribbentrop, the Nazi foreign minister who had signed the pacts that enabled Germany's wars of conquest. Wilhelm Keitel, chief of the German High Command, who had approved orders for massacres and executions. Alfred Rosenberg, the Nazi ideologue whose racial theories helped justify genocide. Others, industrialists, propagandists, and SS officers, represented every aspect of the regime's machinery. The absence of Adolf Hitler, Heinrich Himmler, and Joseph Goebbels, all of whom had taken their own lives, did not diminish the gravity of the proceedings. Their ideology, their crimes, and their legacies were present in every word spoken. Over 403 sessions, prosecutors presented mountains of evidence, documents, films, and testimonies that revealed the industrial scale of Nazi atrocities. Survivors of the Holocaust testified, describing life and death inside the camps. The tribunal viewed footage of the liberation of Auschwitz and Buchenwald, forcing the world to confront the unimaginable. The defense argued that they were merely following orders, that the tribunal represented victors' justice. But the judges rejected this claim. The Nuremberg Charter declared that obedience to criminal orders could not absolve guilt. The individual, not the system, bore responsibility for his actions, setting a precedent for international law. The Nuremberg trials did more than punish war criminals, they transformed international law. Never before had a global court tried individuals for crimes committed on such a vast scale. From these proceedings emerged the foundational principles of modern human rights law. Crimes against humanity could never be justified by war or nationalism. Individuals, regardless of rank or office, were accountable for their actions. Following orders was not a defense when morality was at stake. These principles became the bedrock of the Geneva Conventions, the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, 1948, and the establishment of later institutions such as the International Criminal Court, ICC. In October 1946, the verdicts were delivered. 12 of the accused, including Göring, Ribbentrop, and Keitel, were sentenced to death by hanging. 7 received prison sentences, and 3 were acquitted. Hermann Göring, defiant to the end, cheated justice by swallowing cyanide in his cell hours before his execution. The sentences were carried out in the early hours of October 16, 1946, in a Stark prison gymnasium. Their bodies were cremated, their ashes scattered into a river, a symbolic act to ensure no grave could become a shrine to evil. The legacy: justice, accountability, and memory. The Nuremberg trials were not without controversy. Critics called them selective, arguing that the Allies had also committed wartime atrocities. But history would judge Nuremberg as something greater than retribution, a moment when humanity chose law over vengeance, truth over denial. For Germany, the trials were the beginning of a long and painful reckoning. For the world, they were a warning and a promise. Never again would leaders be allowed to hide behind the machinery of the state to commit atrocities without consequence. The legacy of Nuremberg endures wherever the language of human rights and international justice is invoked, from The Hague to Rwanda, from Bosnia to Ukraine. It stands as a reminder that morality, though often slow, can still find its way through the ruins of history. Justice and reckoning, a landmark moment in history. The Nuremberg trials were more than a courtroom drama, they were a moral resurrection for a shattered world. In a city once filled with the echoes of Nazi rallies, the victors built a new kind of monument, not of stone, but of principles. Justice, accountability, and truth became the foundations upon which a broken civilization could begin to rebuild. From the horrors of the Third Reich came a universal lesson, that law must stand above power, and that the measure of civilization is not its might, but its capacity to confront evil, even when that evil wears the face of its own people. In the wake of Nazi Germany's defeat in 1945, Berlin, once the proud capital of Hitler's empire, became the battleground for a new world order. The city's ruins, a graveyard of the Third Reich, would soon transform into the front line of an emerging global conflict, the Cold War. At the heart of Europe, Berlin stood as a symbol of both victory and division. What began as a cooperative Allied occupation quickly descended into mistrust, ideological rivalry, and geopolitical confrontation. The streets that had once echoed with Nazi marches now became the stage for a new struggle, not between nations for territory, but between two visions of the world: democracy and communism, freedom and control. The division of Berlin into four sectors. At the Yalta and Potsdam conferences in 1945, the Allied powers, the United States, United Kingdom, France, and the Soviet Union, agreed to divide Germany into four zones of occupation, each controlled by one of the victors. Berlin, though located deep inside the Soviet zone, would also be divided into four sectors. This decision was meant to symbolize Allied unity and victory. Instead, it became the seat of division. In the western sectors, controlled by the US, Britain, and France, democracy and capitalism began to take root. Schools reopened, political parties returned, and the economy began its slow revival. In the eastern sector, under Soviet control, the foundations of a communist state were being built: land reform, censorship, and the consolidation of power under the Socialist Unity Party, SED. The two halves of the city began to drift apart, mirroring the growing divide between the Allies themselves. What had once been a united victory over fascism was now splitting into two competing ideologies, each claiming to represent the future of humanity. Berlin's symbolic importance in the Cold War. Berlin became more than just a city, it became a symbol. To the west, it was the beacon of freedom, standing defiantly inside the Iron Curtain. To the east, it was the gateway of socialism, a model for communist governance and control. The city's divided geography reflected the world's fractured politics. While one half embraced Western democratic ideals, the other was molded by Soviet authoritarianism. The clash of values was not abstract, it played out daily in the lives of Berlin's citizens. A short walk could take you from neon-lit shop windows of the American sector to the drab propaganda posters of the Soviet East. For years, Berliners crossed freely between zones, each side offering a glimpse into the opposing world. But that fragile coexistence could not last. Berlin was not just the heart of Germany, it was the heart of the Cold War itself. Every tension between the superpowers, from nuclear brinkmanship to espionage, pulsed through its divided streets. The Berlin blockade and airlift, the first Cold War crisis. By 1948, tensions between East and West reached a breaking point. When the Western Allies introduced a new currency, the Deutsche Mark, to stabilize their zones, the Soviet Union retaliated. On June 24, 1948, the Soviets blockaded Berlin, cutting off all road, rail, and canal access to the city's western sectors. Their goal was simple: to force the Western Allies out of Berlin, leaving the entire city under Soviet control. 2 million Berliners were suddenly trapped, without food, fuel, or medicine. In response, the Allies launched one of the most ambitious humanitarian efforts in history, the Berlin Airlift. For nearly a year, Western pilots flew supplies into the city around the clock. American and British cargo planes, nicknamed Rosenbomber or Raisin Bombers by locals, delivered 2.3 million tons of food, coal, and medicine. At the height of the operation, planes landed at Tempelhof Airport every 45 seconds. Against all odds, Berlin survived. On May 12, 1949, the Soviets lifted the blockade, having failed to break the West's resolve. The airlift became a symbol of Western unity and Soviet failure, solidifying Berlin's role as the front line of the Cold War. The construction of the Berlin Wall, a city divided. Despite the end of the blockade, Berlin remained a pressure point. In the years that followed, East Germany struggled under Soviet control while West Germany prospered, aided by the Marshall Plan. Millions of East Germans, seeking freedom and opportunity, fled west through Berlin, the last open corridor between the two worlds. By 1961, the East German government, with Soviet approval, decided to stop the exodus. In the early hours of August 13, 1961, soldiers and construction crews began building a barrier that would divide the city for nearly 3 decades. Concrete walls, barbed wire, and armed guards turned Berlin into a prison. Families were separated overnight. Streets were cut in half. Windows facing the border were bricked up. Those who tried to escape were shot on sight, their bodies lying as grim warnings along the death strip. The Berlin Wall became the ultimate symbol of division, a scar of concrete and steel dividing not just the city, but the world. For the West, it was a symbol of communist oppression. For the East, it was justified as protection against fascist infiltration. For nearly 30 years, Berlin remained the most visible fault line of the Cold War, the place where freedom and tyranny stared each other in the face across a 27-mile wall. Tension and division, the Cold War begins. The division of Berlin encapsulated the struggle that would define the 20th century. The city, once the capital of dictatorship, had become the stage for the confrontation between two new empires, one draped in red, the other in stars and stripes. Berlin was more than a battlefield of ideology, it was a test of endurance. Its people lived daily under the shadow of walls, barbed wire, and tanks, yet they endured, becoming symbols of hope in a divided world. When the Berlin Wall finally fell in 1989, it was not only the collapse of a barrier but the end of an era. The story that began in the ashes of World War II came full circle. The city that had once symbolized tyranny and division now stood for freedom and unity. The defeat of Nazi Germany in 1945 left behind more than a destroyed nation, it left behind a shattered identity. A people who had once been promised glory now faced hunger, occupation, and guilt. Cities were reduced to rubble, factories lay silent, and millions wandered through the ruins searching for food or lost relatives. Yet, from the devastation of the Third Reich's collapse would rise a new nation, one that would, in time, become a symbol of rebirth, democracy, and resilience. The transformation of post-war Germany, particularly in the western zones, was one of the most remarkable recoveries in modern history. What began as an occupied, broken land evolved, through the guidance of the Western Allies, the ingenuity of its people, and the power of democratic renewal, into the Federal Republic of Germany, West Germany, a cornerstone of the free world during the Cold War. The Western Allies and the reconstruction of Germany. When the war ended, the Western Allies faced a monumental task: how to rebuild a nation that had once sought to destroy the world. The United States, Britain, and France recognized that lasting peace in Europe depended on a stable, democratic Germany. In the early occupation years, the Western powers dismantled the remnants of Nazi control and began to reconstruct the economy and government from the ground up. The initial policy of deindustrialization, aimed at preventing Germany from waging another war, soon gave way to the realization that Europe could not recover without Germany's participation. In 1947, U.S. Secretary of State George C. Marshall announced a sweeping economic recovery plan for Europe. The Marshall Plan, launched in 1948, provided billions of dollars in aid to help rebuild cities, industries, and infrastructure. West Germany received approximately $1.4 billion, which jump-started production and employment. Factories reopened, railways were repaired, and commerce began to flow again. More than financial assistance, the Marshall Plan represented a philosophical shift, away from punishment toward partnership. The Western Allies sought to reintegrate Germany not as an enemy to be contained, but as a partner to be trusted. The economic revival became known as the Wirtschaftswunder, or economic miracle. Within a decade, West Germany's GDP had doubled. Shops filled with goods once again, housing projects replaced the ruins, and a new spirit of confidence replaced despair. The creation of a democratic republic. Alongside economic recovery, the Western Allies worked to establish a democratic foundation for the new Germany. The process began with local elections in 1946 and culminated in the drafting of a new constitution in Bonn. On May 23, 1949, the Federal Republic of Germany, FRG, was officially founded, with Konrad Adenauer as its first chancellor. The Basic Law, Grundgesetz, established a parliamentary democracy built on federalism, civil liberties, and the rule of law, everything that the Nazi dictatorship had destroyed. This new political system was designed to ensure that no single leader could ever again wield unchecked power. Checks and balances were embedded deeply within the structure of government, and human rights were placed at the heart of the Constitution. West Germany quickly aligned itself with the Western Bloc. It joined the Council of Europe in 1950, the European Coal and Steel Community, a precursor to the European Union, in 1951, and later became a member of NATO in 1955. From the ruins of war, Germany became a central player in the defense and unification of Western Europe, a transformation few could have imagined in 1945. Denazification and the challenges of reintegration. The moral reconstruction of Germany was as complex as its physical rebuilding. The denazification process, initiated by the Allies, sought to remove Nazi ideology from every corner of society, from government offices to schools and the media. Millions of Germans were required to fill out questionnaires detailing their wartime activities, and trials were held to hold perpetrators accountable. However, the reality proved complicated. The sheer scale of Nazi involvement made it impossible to purge every collaborator. By the early 1950s, many former party members, especially low and mid-level officials, had returned to public life. Some became politicians, educators, or businessmen, blending into the new democratic system they had once opposed. For many Germans, the memory of the war remained a silent burden. Conversations about guilt, responsibility, and the Holocaust were often avoided. Economic recovery offered a distraction, and for a time, prosperity replaced reflection. Yet, beneath the surface, the question of moral responsibility lingered, a shadow that would not fully lift until the next generation forced the country to confront it openly. The emotional and psychological recovery of a nation. Rebuilding a nation's spirit after total collapse was perhaps the hardest task of all. The German people had endured bombings, hunger, and occupation, but the psychological toll of defeat and guilt was deeper. Families were fragmented, millions of soldiers were dead or missing, and the trauma of displacement scarred an entire generation. The images of destroyed cities and concentration camps haunted both the victors and the vanquished. For years, the war lived on in nightmares, in the empty chairs at dinner tables, in the whispered conversations of survivors. Yet, amid the rubble, a quiet resilience took hold. Churches reopened, schools welcomed children, and artists began to create again. Music, literature, and philosophy became tools of healing and introspection. Germans sought not to erase the past, but to learn from it, to build a society grounded in peace, humility, and tolerance. By the 1950s, the new Germany was finding its place in the world again, not as a conqueror, but as a builder of peace. Its people carried their history like a scar, visible, painful, but also a reminder of what must never be repeated. Reconstruction and renewal, Germany's path to recovery. The story of post-war Germany is one of rebirth through reckoning. Out of the rubble of dictatorship emerged a nation determined to redefine itself, through democracy, cooperation, and conscience. The Western Allies had not only defeated the Reich, they had helped nurture a new Germany, one that would rise not by conquest but by contribution. The Federal Republic of Germany stood as proof that even the darkest chapters of history can give rise to light, that from destruction, humanity can build again, stronger and wiser. The fall of the Third Reich did not end Germany's struggle with its past, it began it. While the bombs stopped falling in 1945, the moral and psychological echoes of Nazism continued to reverberate through the decades that followed. The crimes of Hitler's regime, above all, the Holocaust, left a stain that could never be erased, only acknowledged, studied, and mourned. For generations, Germany has lived in the shadow of its own history. The process of remembering, confronting, and understanding that history became one of the most profound national undertakings of the 20th century. From silence to acknowledgement, from denial to remembrance, modern Germany has forged its identity through the act of atonement, transforming the memory of its darkest past into the foundation of a more humane and self-aware society. Reckoning with the atrocities of the Third Reich. In the years immediately following World War II, Germany's reckoning with the atrocities of the Nazi era was slow and painful. The first post-war generation lived amid ruins, not only physical but moral. Most Germans focused on survival, rebuilding their homes and lives while avoiding the unbearable truth of what had been done in their name. The Allied powers initiated the process of justice through the Nuremberg trials, and the world began to learn about the horrors of Auschwitz, Treblinka, and Sobibor. Yet within Germany itself, many preferred silence. The crimes were too vast, too monstrous, too close. The idea of collective guilt was difficult for ordinary people to accept. Many claimed ignorance, others simply could not bear to look. But time has a way of eroding denial. By the 1960s, a new generation, the children of those who had lived through the war, began to demand answers. They asked their parents, "Where were you? What did you do?" This generational confrontation marked the beginning of Germany's true reckoning with its Nazi past. The Frankfurt Auschwitz trials, 1963 to 1965, where German prosecutors tried former SS officers, forced the nation to face the crimes on its own soil, in its own language, and under its own laws. The formation of a collective memory. Through the 1970s and 1980s, Germany began to shape what scholars later called a collective memory, a national effort to remember, teach, and reflect on the past as a moral duty. Public memorials, museums, and commemorations became integral to this process. The memorial to the murdered Jews of Europe in Berlin, the preserved concentration camp sites like Dachau and Buchenwald, and countless smaller monuments across towns and schools became spaces for reflection and mourning. Each was a physical manifestation of remembrance, not of triumph, but of warning. The German term Vergangenheitsbewältigung, meaning coming to terms with the past, entered the national vocabulary. It reflected a new approach to history, not to escape it, but to face it fully. Germany became one of the few nations in history to institutionalize remorse, to make remembrance not only a cultural act but a civic responsibility. The acknowledgement of the Holocaust and Nazi crimes became the moral cornerstone of the Federal Republic of Germany. Presidents and chancellors, from Richard von Weizsäcker to Angela Merkel, have repeatedly reaffirmed this commitment, declaring that the memory of the victims must never fade, and that the crimes of the past must forever guide the ethics of the present. The impact of Holocaust remembrance on German culture and education. Nowhere has the legacy of the Third Reich been more deeply woven into national life than in education and culture. German schools teach the Holocaust not as a historical footnote, but as a defining moral event. Students visit concentration camp memorials, study survivor testimonies, and learn about the mechanics of propaganda, complicity, and resistance. Films, literature, and art also became mediums of remembrance. From the Diary of Anne Frank to Shoah, from the haunting paintings of Anselm Kiefer to the historical dramas of the late 20th century, German artists grappled with the question, how does one depict the unimaginable? Holocaust remembrance became more than a historical obligation, it became an ongoing conversation about humanity, morality, and identity. The act of remembering was not meant to perpetuate guilt, but to preserve vigilance, a constant reminder of what can happen when hatred and obedience override conscience. The debate over guilt, atonement, and historical memory. Germany's confrontation with its past has not been without tension. The debate over German guilt and atonement continues to shape public discourse. In the decades after the war, some argued that Germans born after 1945 should not bear the burden of their ancestors' crimes. Others contended that responsibility, though not personal guilt, must be inherited, that the lessons of history require eternal vigilance. This debate found expression in philosophy, politics, and art. Thinkers like Theodor Adorno and Hannah Arendt explored the psychological and social roots of totalitarianism, warning that the potential for tyranny lay within every modern society. Writers like Günter Grass and W. G. Sebald examined the moral complexities of memory, guilt, and silence. Over time, the consensus emerged that remembrance was not punishment, it was protection. The willingness to confront one's history openly became Germany's greatest act of redemption. Today, German leaders continue to speak of eternal responsibility, not as self-condemnation, but as a promise to uphold democracy, human rights, and tolerance. In this sense, Germany's reckoning with its past has become its moral compass, guiding its politics, culture, and place in the world. Reflection and atonement. Germany's ongoing confrontation with its past. The memory of the Third Reich is not a burden Germany carries alone, it is a mirror held up to all humanity. The Holocaust, the war, and the collapse of moral order revealed how ordinary people could become instruments of extraordinary evil, and how societies can lose their conscience in pursuit of power. Modern Germany stands as both a warning and an example, a nation that has faced its crimes, not with denial, but with remembrance and resolve. Its strength today lies not in forgetting the past, but in ensuring that it is never repeated. Through remembrance, Germany transformed the ashes of its darkest history into the foundation of its democracy, proving that even a nation once consumed by hatred can choose to live by memory, humility, and peace. Few cities in modern history have embodied the extremes of destruction, division, and rebirth like Berlin. From the ruins of the Third Reich to the epicenter of the Cold War, Berlin became more than a place, it became a symbol. A mirror of human conflict and endurance, it stood at the heart of every major turning point of the 20th century. Once reduced to rubble by war, divided by ideology, and scarred by a wall, Berlin emerged as a living monument to both the tragedy and triumph of history. The city that had once represented tyranny and ruin would, by centuries' end, come to symbolize freedom, unity, and reconciliation. Berlin as the symbol of a divided Europe. After the fall of Nazi Germany in 1945, Berlin was carved into 4 zones of occupation, each controlled by one of the Allied powers, the United States, United Kingdom, France, and the Soviet Union. This division was meant to be temporary, a pragmatic arrangement for administering a defeated capital. But as the Cold War deepened, the city became the physical and ideological fault line between 2 competing worlds. In the West, the American, British, and French sectors rebuilt under the banner of democracy and capitalism. In the East, the Soviet sector became the heart of a new socialist order. The result was a city, and a world, split between freedom and control, hope and fear, East and West. Berlin's divided streets came to represent all of Europe's fractures. The contrast was striking: neon lights and bustling markets in the West, gray uniformity and surveillance in the East. It was here that the Iron Curtain was most visible, not as an abstract idea, but as a line in the concrete, one that would define generations. In 1948, when the Soviets blockaded all land access to West Berlin, the Western Allies responded with the Berlin Airlift, delivering food, fuel, and supplies to the city's residents for nearly a year. The airlift was more than a logistical triumph, it was a declaration that the people of Berlin would not be abandoned. The city became a symbol of resistance in the face of division, and a beacon of hope for the free world. The rebuilding of Berlin and the Cold War rivalry. As the decades unfolded, Berlin became the stage for the superpowers' rivalry. The western half of the city, though isolated deep within East Germany, was a showcase of Western prosperity and democratic ideals. American aid and investment turned West Berlin into a modern, vibrant metropolis, a window to freedom surrounded by communist territory. In contrast, East Berlin, the capital of the German Democratic Republic, GDR, became the Soviet Union's model of socialism. The government poured resources into rebuilding it as a proud communist capital, with grand boulevards, government ministries, and monuments to the workers' state. Yet, behind the propaganda, daily life was defined by censorship, shortages, and repression. The contrast between the 2 Berlins was stark and unsustainable. From 1949 to 1961, over 3 million East Germans fled westward through Berlin, escaping communist rule. The exodus embarrassed the Soviet bloc and threatened to destabilize East Germany. In response, on August 13, 1961, the GDR began constructing what would become one of history's most infamous structures, the Berlin Wall. Overnight, barbed wire and concrete divided neighborhoods, families, and lives. The wall became the ultimate symbol of the Cold War, a scar running through the heart of Europe. Guard towers, floodlights, and machine guns turned Berlin into a frontier between worlds. While the Soviets claimed the wall was built to protect socialism, it was, in truth, a prison wall to keep its citizens from escaping. Dozens died trying to cross it, their bodies lying in the no-man's land known as the Death Strip. The fall of the Berlin Wall. For nearly 3 decades, the Berlin Wall stood as an enduring reminder of division, until, one night, it fell. By the late 1980s, cracks were appearing in the Soviet Union's power. Across Eastern Europe, communist governments were collapsing under the weight of economic failure and popular protest. In East Germany, citizens flooded the streets demanding reform, freedom, and the right to travel. On November 9, 1989, amidst confusion and mounting pressure, the East German government made a fateful announcement: citizens could cross the border freely. That evening, thousands of Berliners gathered at the checkpoints. Guards, overwhelmed and uncertain, opened the gates. Crowds poured through, east met west. Strangers embraced atop the wall, hammers and chisels broke through its cold concrete, and tears mixed with laughter under the night sky. The fall of the Berlin Wall was not just the collapse of a barrier, it was the collapse of an era. The Cold War was ending. Germany, divided for 40 years, was on the path to reunification. The image of Berliners standing atop the wall, waving flags and singing, became one of the most powerful symbols of the 20th century, the triumph of unity over tyranny, freedom over fear. The lasting legacy of Berlin: suffering, resilience, and reconciliation. The story of Berlin is the story of the modern world, a city that witnessed humanity's worst and best within a single lifetime. From the flames of the Reich to the rubble of the Cold War, Berlin has been reborn again and again. Today, the once divided city stands united as Germany's capital and the beating heart of Europe. The Reichstag, once burned by Nazis and shelled by Soviets, has been rebuilt, its glass dome a symbol of transparency and democracy. The Brandenburg Gate, once sealed off by the wall, now welcomes millions of visitors as a monument to peace and perseverance. Berlin's museums, memorials, and monuments ensure that history is never forgotten. The city wears its past not with pride, but with purpose, as a living reminder of the dangers of division and the power of reconciliation. The memory of the fall of Berlin, both in 1945 and in 1989, continues to shape the world's understanding of freedom, oppression, and renewal. Berlin teaches that the greatest victories are not military or political, but human, the triumph of empathy, endurance, and unity over the forces that seek to divide. Legacy and healing: Berlin as a symbol of the triumph of unity over division. Berlin's journey, from the capital of tyranny to the cradle of freedom, is one of history's most extraordinary transformations. No city has suffered more for the mistakes of humankind, and no city has risen more powerfully to redeem them. The ruins of 1945 became the walls of 1961, and the cheers of 1989 became the anthem of a new age. Berlin endures, scarred but whole, divided but remembered, once a warning and now a promise, that even in the darkest times, walls fall, nations heal, and humanity finds its way back to light. That completes your final chapter, The Legacy of Berlin, closing the 35-chapter series. Would you like me to compile all chapters into one complete formatted book file, e.g., PDF or DOCX, for publication or review?